Welcome back, folks. We are here. It is finally the day. Free agency has arrived, and I know what you're thinking. The 17th is free agency, Jake. You're going a little bit ahead, but trust me, I don't care what anyone says. This is free agency. Okay, the legal tampering period is just the time where they get to announce everything that they've been doing tampering wise over the last few weeks or so. So I always found that really funny. I mean, think about it. Legal tampering. How dumb does that sound, folks? How dumb does that? How does that not sound? I mean, like it's ridiculous, you know. So I just you know. But yeah. How is everyone? How we doing? Jake, how excited are you for the Stafford announcement in 2 days? I wish we would just do it now. You know, that's where I'm at right now. I just want to see it. I want to know what jersey he's going to wear. Hopefully, it's not 13. Only the real ones know that have been on my stream late at night when I've been gaming. Um, but all jokes aside, I'm really excited to see this thing. How this all goes away. Now I'll tell you, with the John Johnson move, because we'll start off right there, and then of course I have to say a few things, not regarding football, as you know. Um, but with the John Johnson move, I just thought Cleveland makes a lot of sense as far as the fit. Now it's also Cleveland. So like with all due respect to anybody that lives in Cleveland, I've been there. I don't know why anyone would want to live there, no offense. Like I mean, I know that's very offensive, but I don't know. I've been there. I don't get it. So I think it makes sense football wise. He's going to get paid 11 million per year. I think that's a lot less than I would have expected. And I don't know. I think it's a good football fit, but I think it's more so the Rams didn't want to move on with him, and John Johnson, you know, I think probably wanted to stay, but you know, how about the Patriots? They're making all these moves. Matt Judon. Well, we'll get into that, but before we do, as you guys know, you know the drill. If you've seen this show before, and if you haven't, and you like me already, be sure to subscribe on YouTube. We're on Twitch, we're on Twitter, Periscope, whatever you want to call it, and we're on Facebook. So be sure to hit that subscribe button or like button or share button, whatever you can do there. But yeah, this channel is in support of, or rather, we have support from Manscaped. They're our sponsor for the Jake ELLENBOGEN channel and Downtown Rams, the podcast. And in case you don't know, Manscaped, best in men's below the waist grooming. Manscaped offers precision engineered tools for your family jewels. They obsess over their technology developments to provide you the best tools for your grooming experience. And Manscaped, of course, is trusted by over 2 million men worldwide. Of course, with our listeners and viewers, whatever you fall, wherever you fall in that, our listeners/viewers will get 20% off and free shipping today and tomorrow and the next day and the next day when they go to manscaped.com. They pick out whatever they want and they type in JKB or DTR in the promo code section. Also, I want to point you, before we get back into football, if you guys like Built Bar, because Built Bar is freaking awesome, I can't stress that enough. Also sponsored by Built Bar. If you want to get 10% off your protein bar order, you can go over to Built Bar today and type in the promo code DTSN. That'll get you 10% off. So that is that. I put out that, all that's there. I know not everyone loves when I have to do those ad reads, but I think they're kind of fun. So let's talk business here, right? First off, I want to give a shout out to Bill Belichick. And I know some people are going to be like, Jake, why do you like Bill Belichick so much? And to be honest with you, you have a point. Why do I? He's knocked my favorite team out of the Super Bowl twice. He's been caught with some scandals, on the field, nothing off the field, but on the field. But I don't know. I just feel like he's the embodiment of football. I think he's the greatest coach ever. And I think he's also a great GM. And that's pretty much what he does. So today, Bill Belichick and company put together a pretty interesting path through free agency. They go out, they kick off the day getting a guy in Jonnu Smith. If you guys don't know him, Florida International tight end coming out of college. He was very impressive, but the thing I worried about with Jonnu Smith was actually something I don't think I've ever really talked about with any other prospect, and that was the fact is Jonnu Smith had boiling water poured on him by, at the time, his girlfriend. I don't know if they're still together. And so he suffered second-degree burns. I don't know if he suffered third-degree burns, but he was burned pretty badly. And so I wasn't sure how much of a toll that would take on him. So, first and foremost, I'll say that. But Jonnu Smith is somebody I really liked in the draft. I liked as an option for the Rams back when, I was just covering the Rams. And he goes to the Titans, and I thought, he had a hard time, being fully healthy, and I do question his durability at times, but this is somebody that can make plays all over the field. Very athletic tight end. He's going to be able to line up in line. He's going to be able to, line up as a, stretch out. And I just, to me, I think this is somebody that's going to really provide something for New England. Now, I understand New England fans are probably a little pissed off. First off, you draft Devin Ossie, in the draft out of UCLA. And then you draft Dalton Keene last year. So you draft two tight ends. You have another tight end you got in Ryan Izzo. So what is going on here? Why are you drafting? Why are you picking up another tight end? But I think Jonnu Smith is going to be a premier target for them. Think about this. The Patriots were very keen on having a premier target at tight end. You go back, you look at Gronkowski and Aaron Hernandez, and I think that really just shows you that Bill Belichick wants a tight end, at the end of the day. So whether it's Cam Newton under center, or someone else, Jonnu Smith is going to be catching passes for the Patriots for a while. I like that deal, and they pick up, a guy that has done really well in Baltimore, in my opinion, Matthew Judon, a very good pass rusher. They're going to throw him in there with Winovich. They're going to throw him in there with Joshua Uche. So I like, all in all, what the Patriots did. To start, they go out and get Jalen Mills, who that is a Patriot move to me. When I look at Jalen Mills, I'm not the biggest fan of Jalen Mills, I'll say that, but I understand they really love versatility. You saw it with Harmon. You've seen it with the McCourties. They love that versatility. They go out and get Kyle Duggar from Lenore Ryan in the draft. A guy that can play all over the field. So the versatility is the name of the game for the Patriots. I wasn't shocked at all when they went that route. Another one, Devon Godchaux. Now, I understand there's some Dolphins fans saying, well, he was garbage anyway, but here's the thing. I think he's going to fit New England very well. New England has guys like Adam Butler that are going to be free agents and Lawrence Guy. So I think he'll plug in there well, and he'll be able to help out the defensive line. He just seems like a New England Patriot to me. Plus, he was already with the defensive coordinator, for the Patriots, now head coach for the Dolphins in Brian Flores. So I think the fit there makes a lot of sense. They run pretty much the same defense. So I love what the Patriots did, and I'm really excited to see the receiver that they come down with, because I think they're going to go out and get Curtis Samuel. That's what I've heard. It hasn't really been reported, but that's what I've heard. That's kind of like the rumbling that I'm getting. And maybe they go after Will. All right. So I don't know what just happened, but yeah, I don't know what's going on. Anyway, so yeah, they, I'd imagine they'll go after, a wide receiver of some sort. I don't know necessarily if it will be Will Fuller. I would imagine it's going to be Curtis Samuel. I think he makes a lot of sense, can be that Swiss Army knife all over the field. You already have Jonnu Smith. I like just having all of that there. And I'm pretty sure this thing's glitching out because I'm not getting any donations. So I've gotten them before. I'm not saying I never do, but I don't think I'm seeing AZZA in here, but I don't know if he. Let me know, AZZA, if that is. Let's see. Or maybe that is you guys. I don't know. I feel like it's glitching, though, which is odd. So Yeah. So I like what the Patriots are doing. Obviously they need to go out and get weapons. That needs to happen, without a doubt. Um, and I think the Patriots are going to. I think they're going to compete in this division. I wouldn't be surprised if they get back to the top. It depends on the quarterback position. You guys know where I stand on Cam Newton. I don't think he's as great as everyone else is talking about. I would like to see them. Here's the thing now, and I've said this. You guys know, you can attest to this. I've said this with New England. New England has been doing something. They've been building up their defense for years now. That's obviously been their bread and butter. It's helped Tom Brady, and now they still have a really good defense. But one thing that I like with New England that I key in on is the fact that they had about 10 opt outs, COVID opt outs, that don't count against, like, they get another year. That doesn't count as their year. So they're going to get those guys back on top of the fact they had around 60 to 70 million in cap space. And now they're getting these guys like Judon in there and, Johnny Smith and maybe getting another receiver. What you're doing is you're signing all these guys to essentially this thing's just berserk. I don't know what's going on. Um you're signing all these guys to essentially fill all of your holes. And then what it's allowing you to do is go in the draft and draft value. So you can do that. But what I would make the argument for is for the Patriots to be like, hey, we've gotten all these guys in free agency. We have all these COVID opt outs coming back. We have a good roster. I'd like to see the Patriots trade up and get a quarterback. And I'd like to see them go and get a Zach Wilson or a Trey Lance or a Justin Fields. I think that's where they should go. I don't think that they should go with Cam Newton. I think they should go and get their quarterback. And that's kind of where I stand on that. Another team that made some noise, Corey Linsley to the Chargers. He's going to be the highest paid center in the league. That's a big loss for Aaron Rodgers and the Packers, but I imagine that, everyone knew that was coming. The Chargers, as many people know, before this signing, were my preseason pick, or my pre-off-season pick, if you will, to make the Super Bowl and go up against the Rams. So I look at it as, the Chargers are getting a guy that's one of the best centers in football. He's going to go right in there. He's going to help out. Obviously he's going to help out Justin Herbert, but I also think he's going to help out in the running game. And they're going to slowly build that thing up. And, it kind of goes to show you, even though Brandon Staley is a defensive-minded head coach, he also has, a fair amount of experience on the offensive side of the ball. So what they do is they lose Pouncey to retirement, and they go out and they get, Linsley. And I think Linsley's better than Pouncey was regardless. So it's a huge boost, I think, for them in the interior. And then another move we saw, well, it was yesterday, but we saw Aaron Jones going back to the Packers, and a lot of people were saying, I don't like this. It's not a good move. Don't pay running backs, yada, yada. But I think what Aaron Jones brings to the table is very valuable. And now, unless he falls off the way Todd Gurley did, or Ezekiel Elliott, or David Johnson, or what have you, I think he's going to be a good bargain deal, to be honest with you. And I think they got him cheaper than I expected. I thought, somebody like Aaron Jones, I thought could have gone for 15, 16 million to another team, maybe the Jaguars, or maybe the Dolphins, or maybe even the Jets. So, the Packers bringing him back, I think that's going to be a bigger deal to people. That's going to be a bigger deal than what people are giving it credit for. So that's what I will say. Shelby Harris re-signed with the Broncos. Okay. And I saw Samson Ebukam went to the 49ers for about $6 million per year. And some people are asking me, does that mean the Rams will get their compensatory pick for him? Like, could they get it? And I mean, I think they could. It's a relatively big deal to, get, it's around 13 million. I mean, let's look, just for the hell of it, let's look at this year's, their formula. So we'll do 2021 compensatory picks. And we'll look at where Ebukam would land. That's not going to help. And we'll check that out. I think it's on Over the Cap. and then we'll figure that out. Because I mean, I'm curious too. Do you guys think Ibukam would net the Rams an additional pick next year? I mean, how big of a pick? I don't think it'd be a third. I mean, it definitely wouldn't be a third, but it's still something though. You think about it. And I mean, I wasn't expecting to see the Rams get anything for Ibukam, so that would be something. Let's see what we got here. Okay. Oh, I'm not saying Ibukam isn't a Jag, but what I am saying is that, so it's average per year. That's based on the projection. So Tom Brady, since his average per year was 27 million, that was his average. The Patriots get the first third round pick of the compensatory round, compensatory bunch, and the Rams got the last third round pick with Fowler. But what I'm seeing here is Ibukam is around the 6 million mark. I think it's also dependent on how well he performs, but the Rams could net at least a sixth they'll get, but they could net a fifth. So that's something to keep in mind. The Rams could get a sixth round. They could get a fifth round pick for Ibukam. They got to get a sixth because the 34 pick limit for compensation, they'll get blocked out if it's below that. So we'll see. I mean, that's a lot of money to pay to Ibukam, but we'll see. And I do think having all those guys with the 1-year deals, I think it is going to push, a lot of these guys to the top in terms of, average per year. And it's going to push a lot of the guys that may, like an Ibukam, that may have gotten a fifth in the past, might even be pushed out of the compensatory 34 pick limit, which I don't like to begin with, to be honest with you. I don't like the limit. I think it's kind of dumb. I mean, there's about 45 eligible. Just give the 45 picks. I don't know. I don't really get it. But how are we all doing? I'm sorry I haven't really been able to interact with you guys. Michael Davis re-signed with the Chargers. Okay. I like Michael Davis. I think he's underrated. Let's see here. 3-year deal. Had a market but decided to stay home, according to Ian Rappaport. Oh, Mike Garafolo, sorry. Ian Rappaport has 3-year, $27 million deal. Shelby Harris. Cam Sutton is coming back to the Steelers. That is a great move, and it's very well done. 2 years, $9 million. I know my co-host of the AJ Show, Adam, is gonna like that because that's a great deal for Cam Sutton for sure. Let's see here. D Ford restructured 2-year, $24 million deal. Malik Collins, 1-year, $6 million deal to the Texans. The Texans is just like, hey, if you want to get paid, you come here. Dietrich Wise is coming back to the Patriots as well, so they're loading up for sure. Yeah, I really like the John Johnson move for the Browns. I think it makes a lot of sense. They're pretty stacked in the back end of the secondary, if you ask me. I mean, just look, with the Browns, you're looking at Denzel Ward, you're looking at Grant Delpit, you're looking at Greedy Williams, you're looking at Ronnie Harrison, and now you add John Johnson the third. That's a pretty good back end of the secondary, if you ask me. Anyone surprised about the Joe Thuney pick up? Because that was a lot of money to give up to the former Patriots guard. And look, I'll be honest with you, I think he's worth it. But at the same time, he's worth it when you're missing a guard. You got rid of both your tackles. So I don't know where they're going with that. The Chiefs are confusing to me. I definitely think they take a step back this year. Although I like Thuney, I just don't know if they made a lot of sense. I know the Jets are trying to trade C.J. Mosley. Jalen Reeves-Maybin goes back to the Lions on a 1-year deal. And we're just going to be following this along, guys. I mean, I'm going to stream as long as I want. I'm not in any hurry to get off or anything like that. So, Jared Davis signing with the Jets. Okay. Joe Dahl was released by the Lions. Rudy Ford, a special teamer. Good special teamer, might I add. He's going to sign with the Jaguars. Let's see here. Jamal Agnew. I actually like this. So this is an interesting move for the Jaguars. Now, I don't think the Jaguars are going to be competitive, to be honest with you. But Jamal Agnew is a really interesting pickup because what he brings is he can be a wide receiver, a running back, and a defensive back, also a returner. So you have the total package as far as Swiss Army it goes. And he had a 3-year deal, maximum value of $21 million. He's going to reunite with Darrell Bevel, who was the OC in Detroit. So that's why I think he's going to play on the offensive side of the ball. But he does have that versatility to play defensive back, obviously be a running back, wide receiver, and a returner. So that's something to keep in mind. Where are we in the cap? Right now, the Rams, since they haven't announced anything, I believe have $41 million in negative $41 million in cap space. So let's see. The only word I have on Floyd is probably the recent one that you have, is that he's the Rams are trying. And look, I'll say this. This is a really good edge class, but teams are really going to try to keep their guys at home because they're looking at this draft class and they're like, where did all the edge talent go? There's some guys I really like. Obviously, you guys know I love Jordan Smith, but to me, this edge class is very lackluster at the top. There's not a true, there's not a Myles Garrett. There's not a Jadeveon Clowney level prospect, and that concerns me if you're looking for an edge defender. Let's see here. Yeah, so my thoughts on paying Leonard Floyd, obviously I think he's worth being paid. I'm not saying he shouldn't be paid, but what I'll say with Leonard Floyd is that he is somebody who he had his best year with the Rams and Aaron Donald, very similar to Dante Fowler. And where I am with Leonard Floyd is that I haven't been too keen on his play. I didn't like the signing, and he ended up proving me wrong. But was that because it was a 1-year prove it deal? Like, what would he be like long term? And like, that's the thing that concerns me. Plus, if you could have Leonard Floyd or Yannick Ngakoue for the same price, I'm thinking you're going to go with Yannick, a guy that's had more success in his career, a guy that's been consistent. Like, people are knocking him because he's gone from being a borderline elite pass rusher to very good. Like, my point with Dante Fowler. Like, Leonard Floyd and Dante Fowler are 2 first-rounders that were considered busts that didn't really have all that great of careers, and then all of a sudden really shot up when they went to the Rams. And I'll be honest with you, Dante Fowler didn't shoot up to like an elite status. You could argue Leonard Floyd, the way he can defend the run, is worth the contract, but when you're paying that much, like, how much more value are you getting by getting a guy like Leonard Floyd at, say, $14 million per year instead of getting a guy like Tyus Bowser at, like, say, 5? You know what I'm saying? Or getting a guy like Carl Lawson at 8. I just don't know if he's worth that much more. And if you can get Yannick for 14, I would do Yannick over him. I think Ngakoue projects as a star. I think he's going to go back to that level. Plus, Jadeveon Clowney, but I think, the concern with Jadeveon Clowney is the injuries, and I think the reason the Rams are in the market for a pass rusher more than ever is because they are looking at this situation. They're looking at one, Leonard Floyd is a free agent, so he is not on our team yet. So we have to go back and get him if we want him. And number two, and this is a big one, is that the draft capital they have put at that position, a fifth rounder in Obadiah Okoronkwo, who's been hurt, and a third rounder in Terrell Lewis, who had all sorts of injuries in college, and it got worse when he got to the NFL. There's a question mark there, and I don't know. I would love Jadeveon Clowney, but I don't know if the Rams, and like from what I've heard, I don't know if the Rams would consider. I'm sure they'd consider Clowney, but I don't know if they'd sign him based on the injuries, that injury history, because they're trying to get away from that. They're trying to replace guys that are hurt all the time. So that's something to keep in mind moving forward. Do you think anyone is going to try to sign Darius Williams? It could happen, but here's the thing. I don't know if they're going to go to that length to, keep in mind, you're spending all that effort when all these other guys, there's 32 teams in the league, and you're going to spend all that effort on a restricted free agent to draw up and draft up this offer sheet, have him sign it, and then everyone else around the league has an opportunity to negotiate with other players. And so that's my thing. That's my thing that holds me back from believing that Darius Williams is 100% going to get an offer sheet. I don't even think he does, because right now it is survival of the fittest in free agency. You're going to have a lot of teams trying to, get the 1-year deals. We had Steffi on here. She said it, 1996. There's going to be a lot of 1-year deals, a lot of them. And, it's either going to work or it's not. But the fact of the matter is that there's going to be a lot of 1-year deals, and it's likely going to be to contenders, and you don't want to miss your spot. And I think, teams will miss their spot if they go after, restricted free agents. If they try to play that game when there's all these unrestricted free agents, it doesn't really make much sense if you ask me. So that's definitely something to consider moving forward. Now, there are guys out there that I haven't heard anything about today that I think could be huge value. First off, let's talk about William Jackson III, cornerback for the Cincinnati Bengals. He becomes a free agent. This is somebody that has a ton of talent. Very fast corner, ran a 4.3. Obviously, he can return going back to his days at Houston. I'm a big fan of his game, and I think he's the best corner in this, in this free agency class. But what is he going to command? And again, you have these guys that are so good and they're playing so well that there's no need to be like, well, because of COVID, like we call it COVID negative contracts, because these guys are so good that like you don't even care if it's an unprecedented offseason, they're going to get their money. But with William Jackson, he kind of fell off a little bit last year. Is that because of, the Bengals? What is that because of? I think it's because of the Bengals. I think he could go somewhere and be a star. Another guy like Chidobe Awuzie from the Cowboys. I think Awuzie, coming out of Colorado, who's my number one cornerback when he came out, he has all the versatility in the world, can play, slot corner, can play on the boundary. And I think he could even play a little safety, be like, Xavier Woods, kind of that versatile piece. But the question remains, as a guy that kind of fell off in Dallas, was that him? Where are we going with this? He's like 26 years old. I think he's got good value, and I think that, he's somebody to keep in mind. And those are the cornerback position. There's other guys as well. You look at the running back position. You have Kenyon Drake and Chris Carson both available. Now, don't get me wrong. This is just the legal tampering period. While I believe free agency starts, in my mind, I always say free agency starts, it's still an opportunity for these teams to negotiate with these players and get that last win, get that last offer in, and make that last, attempt. And we've seen it before. We saw, with the Rams a few years back, going out and getting Will Hayes, going out and getting Mark Barron back. They allowed them to hit legal tampering period, but they were able to bring them back after that. So right now, nothing is truly happening. Andre Roberts went to Houston. Jamal Agnew went to Jacksonville. But the wide receivers, the market hasn't moved yet. and something has to give. The levee's going to break. We already saw, Juju Smith-Schuster basically said, or the report is that he's telling his teammates that he is likely going to be finding another team or likely going to be signing with another team. So I think once one of those things, I hate prank calls or whatever the hell that was. I think one of those things with that is when Juju signs or Galladay signs or Fuller signs, like it's almost like a blinking contest. Like whoever blinks first, I feel like they're going to set the market and then the other guys are going to want to get more than them. So we're at that stage. We saw Tyrell Williams. Tyrell Williams. He got $6 million from the Lions. That was the first receiver that was signed, and he was signed before free agency. So if Tyrell Williams is getting $6 million and didn't play last year, he was a COVID opt out. Like a Marvin Jones is going to get 12. You have to imagine he's going to get 50% more than him. So he'll get like 12, and then I'm looking at a guy like Kenny Galladay based on his age could get 16. I know he's going to want 18. I don't think he's going to get 18 though. But I will say this. If you want to get a lot of money, if you don't care about winning, go to Jacksonville. Because Jacksonville has all that cap, and they're going to have Trevor Lawrence. So they're going to want to bring, a big time, talent to Jacksonville to help out Trevor Lawrence. It also looks like, and I don't know if this is true or not, but I've been seeing the rumor that DJ Chark is going to be traded to the Ravens for, it looks like Orlando Brown. But no one's confirmed that yet, but that's like the rumor going around. And if that's the case, I love the fit for DJ Chark. You're going out and you're getting a guy that can high point the football, go up and win 50-50 battles, but he's got that deep speed that he can be a legit threat with Lamar Jackson. So that stuff is interesting to me. The tight end market, we already saw Johnny Smith go off the board. So I'd imagine that now he's gone off the board. You'll see Hunter Henry try to obtain more money than Johnny Smith, and he'll be in that market, but we'll see. And then, of course, Zach Ertz, he's waiting patiently to be traded. The Jaguars are just going to throw money everywhere, I think, but, they're already doing that with special teamers. The Rams could definitely trade Brockers or Havenstein still. What I think is happening right now is they're doing things behind the scenes in regards to the contract negotiate. And there's a good chance that they're going to renegotiate, certain contracts. They might even have a full redone contract for Stafford. I think it's very possible. I think Ebukam isn't really much of a loss. He's a situational pass rusher, in my opinion, rotational guy. John Johnson's a huge loss. But here's the thing. The Rams have done a nice job of, drafting that position where they've allowed themselves to, let him go in a sense. So that's something to keep in mind. And you guys continue throwing questions my way. I'll try to answer them. I'm going to share this because I don't think I've shared it yet. I wouldn't know because we got a pretty good. It's only 5:22 on the East Coast, and we have 93 viewers. We're gonna hit 100. Pretty awesome. Yeah, no, they absolutely are. I mean, the restructures I think are done, or they're getting close to done. They're gonna announce it all at once, I think. Also, another thing, Gerald Everett on his Instagram announced that, he was leaving. So, basically said bye. Appreciate the follow, Callie Kevin. So Gerald Everett announced that he was, basically leaving LA, said bye, thanked the fans. So I'd imagine he's out. Curious to see where he would go. I thought maybe the Colts could be an interest for him. That might make some sense, but we'll see. How's it going, SoCal Sports Talk? I have a question. Jake talking about players with injuries. Do you think if the Rams could trade Kupp, if it came up, do you think they would let him go? I don't think the Rams will not get rid of Cooper Kupp or Robert Woods. Not this year. Maybe down the line. Like if they draft like a Dwayne Eskridge in the draft or somebody like that, and they find the need, maybe. But hey, thanks so much for the donation, and congratulations to winning the legal tampering period so far. I like what the Patriots are doing, so keep it up. Everett probably end up in. I don't think Everett's going to go to New England. They just spent a lot of money on Johnny Smith. I also really like Dalton Keene. I'm not as big on Asiasi, but I actually am gonna do a bracket, guys. So it's gonna be a free thing. I'm not gonna do money or anything like that. But if you guys are interested, we'll do a channel bracket. Chantry asked, so I was actually gonna post that earlier, and I got all distracted by free agency. Also, if you guys, I mean, I don't know if you guys would care right now, but later on, I put up a video earlier. I did a review on the movie Cherry with Tom Holland in it. It's just, as I said, this channel is all over the place, mainly football, but I am going to spread my wings a little bit. Oh my God, Will Fuller, is he really going to the Packers? I think I might have got duped. Someone might have said something. But if he's going there, that is a fit. Let me tell you. I don't know what's going on. Ooh, all right. I love this deal. This is a Patriots deal. I love it. Kendrick Bourne. They're working on the Patriots are working on a potential deal for wide receiver Kendrick Bourne. This is a guy I said the other day. If he was in a bigger role, I think Kendrick Bourne could really make something happen. I think he's a good receiver out of Eastern Washington. He doesn't have deep speed, but he can really catch everything over the middle, a reliable receiver. And I really don't think that he's all that they're going to go after. I think that they still could go after Curtis Samuel. I think they still could go after Will Fuller. It doesn't look like Will Fuller is on the Packers yet or anything like that. I saw that come up. People just make stuff up or whatever. Let's see here. Yeah, I don't know why the Bears are interested in Andy Dalton. The Bears have checked in on Trent Williams. That's something. The 49ers are reportedly willing to go up to $20 million a year to nab Trent Williams long term. So something they keep an eye on. We know Jamal Williams isn't coming back to Green Bay. Brandon Graham is going to stay with the Eagles on a 1-year deal. So the Rams give a first-round tender, of course, to Darius Williams. And, I mean, that's a great move, I wouldn't have been surprised if they did a second because they're so keen on keeping him. I told you. What did I tell you on this show? People question, they haven't given the tender yet. I'm like, guys, relax. He ain't leaving the building. That is exactly, in all caps, what I received from a source. Darius Williams, he ain't leaving the building. So, there you have it. I don't think Taysom Hill is a good quarterback. But I also see that was a deal entirely trolling the rest of the league. So, I think Trubisky on Washington would be something. It's something to consider for sure. I don't know why Facebook makes it so hard to share everywhere. Can we actually count on Terrell Lewis's knee to stay healthy enough for him to play a whole season? I can't. Not at all. I don't know. You guys let me know. Can you? Can you count on Terrell Lewis for a whole season? Can you count on him for 17 games now if the the league goes to that? Because I can't. No, no, he was never leaving. I don't think he's gonna have to start though. I think the Rams are gonna they're probably gonna bring Floyd back, and they're probably going to get a pass rusher that surpasses him. I mean, I'm sure that so that's a good question, SoCal. So I'm sure like Ibukam going to the 49ers, like he's definitely gonna say something. He's gonna drop some intel on the Rams. He is. But I mean I don't think it's anything too big. Every year you mix up you can't run the same. It's football, it's sports, teams change, players change, so you can't run the same offense, defense to the exact way, you know. Yeah, I really do like what the Chargers are doing. I like that they brought back Michael Davis. I think he's going to be a good fit for Brandon Staley's defense, and of course, I like what they did with Lindsley. Let's see. All right, so who do you guys think next? Like, who do you think is the big one to go next? Any predictions? Shoot your shot. Oh, I agree, Renee. It's a great move by the Chargers. Lindsley's awesome. He's one of the best centers in football. Yeah, I like the Kendrick Bourne move for the Patriots. I don't want to see Jared Cook on the Rams. Yeah. Jason Barrett is coming back on a 1-year deal with the 49ers worth 5.5 million. Can go up to 6.5 million. And he had a multi-year offer on the table, and he chose the 1-year deal with the 49ers. Let's see. I do have a Discord channel. I'll link it. I basically combined Downtown Rams and the Jake Ellenbogen channel Discord channel. You guys remember that one time? I don't know if everybody's here, but remember that one time when we were talking about the Senior Bowl, Blaine and I, and then the Stafford news broke, and then my stream got obliterated by views? That was pretty awesome. I agree with you. Shot by Nolan. Get Cook out of here. I don't want no Cook. All right, let's go here, invite. All right, so that is my Discord channel link. Let's see what we got here. Let's see. Where do you think Jared Cook is going? Why are you so obsessed with Jared Cook? I honestly don't have a clue. I don't really think too much about Jared Cook, but I just think it's hilarious. Oh my lord. All right. Thanks, Steve. Appreciate you following me. I'm just trying to close up Discord. I just wanted to. What's up, Thomas? How we doing? I'm monitoring all of the free agency for you guys, so we won't miss a thing. Don't y'all worry. Josh Reynolds will probably end up in Cincy. I definitely see that. Yeah, Sacred. I love Joshua Uche. He was one of my favorite edge defenders last year, and I think he's going to be a stud. So that's what I would say on my thoughts on him. Big fan of him. Jake, do you think the Rams cap space moves will come today or tomorrow? I think it could come tonight. I think it's going to come. I know a lot of people are like, no, the Rams are going to wait until next week. I don't think so. I think that they'll make a move or something. It is quiet though, so we'll probably have some moves coming pretty soon. Everett to Cincy would make a lot of sense. All right. I like that fit. Yeah, I like the fit for Cincy. I like where your mind's at. The Mosley contract, well, it just looks like they want to trade CJ Mosley. I wouldn't bother. Panthers are working on a deal with Cam Irving for 2 years, $10 million with $8 million guaranteed. Interesting. I'm not the biggest Cam Irving fan, but Cook is overcooked already. Let's go on Spotrac. Let's just what's up with the Seahawk color, Jake? It's the neon yellow I was wearing my shoes. Have any reports come out on whether the Rams are interested in signing Morgan Fox back? Nothing yet. Malik Taylor has signed a contract with the Green Bay Packers. He was already on the roster, but they're bringing him back. Amara Darboh, former wideout for Michigan. Carolina is cutting. Chris Board is signing a 1-year deal with the Ravens. We already talked about Rudy Ford. Tremont Smith is signing a 1-year deal with the Texans. Roy Robertson Harris signed a pretty big deal that no one talked about. 3 years, $24.4 million with Jacksonville. He's leaving the Bears to go to Jacksonville there. Yeah. Yeah, the Lions. Was anyone surprised about the Aquara signing? I forgot to mention that. Because let me just explain this. Because I know a lot of people are like, why are the Lions signing Romeo Aquara when they're rebuilding? Now, let me just make this very clear. They can be rebuilding, but also trying to win. And so I don't for a second think a guy like Brad Holmes is setting himself up to be a bottom feeder in the league. And I don't think for a second a guy like Dan Campbell is trying to, be a bottom feeder in the league. So I think these guys want to win. And ultimately, I'm looking at this and I'm thinking, you know what? I think when it's all said and done, the Lions, if they continue down this path, they're going to be a contender within the next 3 years. But I think that they could maybe have 6, 7, 8 uh, yeah, 6, 7, 8 wins this year. I don't think that'd be bad. I just don't think they're like this 2-14 team that some people are thinking. And I don't mind Romeo Aquara being signed for 3 years. I think it's a good move for the Lions to keep him home. I think it's a good move for him. You can't let everyone go. They let Kenny Galladay go because Kenny Galladay is going to request a lot of money, and he's not really available every time they need him. I mean, he's had some injuries with the he's had some problems with the injuries. So I think a guy with Aquara, you keep him. You see all these teams holding on to their pass rushers. I think that's for a reason. And you regroup. That's kind of how I think. I mean, I think the coaching staff the Lions put together is very good. I'm not doubting them. Kamu Grieger Hill signed with the Texans. And to open up free agency, we had Kevin Zeitler signing a 3-year, $22.5 million deal with Baltimore. Love that move for Baltimore. Zeitler, I thought probably should have stayed. I thought, the Giants should probably kept him and let go of Nate Solder, but they decided to let go of Zeitler. Zeitler is one of the better guards in football. He was at one point a very elite guard, kind of fell off a little bit. But I'm not too worried about him this year. Long term, he's not that type of guy. But you're putting him in there. You can move. Maybe you can move Bozeman to center. Skura is going to be a free agent. Fluker's a free agent, and Brown is going to be traded potentially for Chark. So what you're looking at is Ronnie Stanley, and then probably Kevin Zeitler, and then Bradley Bozeman at center. Ben Powers, and then they need a tackle. So we'll see what they do as far as tackle, because I think Brown is gone. I don't think Tyree Phillips is the answer, but they did also spend a 3rd-round pick on him. I just wasn't very high on him. So we'll see about that moving forward with the Baltimore Ravens. Now, looking at this, Marcus Golden, I thought that was a really nice pickup for the Cardinals, and they got him really cheap. 2 years, $9 million per year, $9 million over 2 years. I like that move a lot. I thought he could have commanded more. The market was saying he could have commanded more. Spotrac had him at a higher market value. I think it was around like $10 million per year. So I think honestly the Rams should have considered going after a guy like Marcus Golden, and that contract right there is exactly why I don't know spending $14 million per year on Leonard Floyd is the right move. But I'm going to tell you this right now. If the Rams get Leonard Floyd back, it's not going to be a long-term deal. It's going to be a 1-year, $14 million deal. That is what's going to happen. If they bring him back, that's what you can expect. They're not going to pay him long-term. He's not going to want to be paid long-term. He's going to want to get another opportunity with Aaron Donald in this system or go with Brandon Staley and then cash out next year. And that's, I mean, it makes sense. Carolina also got Pat Elflein, the guard from the Jets. I like the move, I like what Carolina's doing. I liked what they did when they tagged Taylor Moton. I really like Moton for them. They have Greg Little, a second round pick from 2019 draft. Russell Okung is going to be a free agent. Schofield, Tyler Larson, Chris Reed, John Miller, Chris Manhertz. So there's a lot of guys on the offensive line, the offense that are going to be free agents, including Mike Davis. So I look at the offensive line now, and you add Pat Elflein, you have Matt Paradis, you have Dennis Daly, a sixth rounder that they like from 2019. Greg Little's going to fill in there, like I said, and then Taylor Moton at right tackle, who they franchise tagged. So they have some pieces there. It will be interesting to see where Carolina goes, because is Carolina going to go after Deshaun Watson? Are they going to continue down that path? If they do, they have a nice looking, potentially nice looking offensive line. They have some weapons in DJ Moore, Robbie Anderson. Maybe go out and get, a tight end. And, I would probably replace Curtis Samuel, since it doesn't look like he'll be back. So on the defense, you pretty much have your entire defense coming back. Rasul Douglas, of course, is a free agent. So is Tyre Whitehead. But aside from that, yeah, pretty much your whole defense coming back. So they should be able to make something happen next year. I think they're going to be a lot better next year. And it looks like we have some news. And that news is, of course, looks like Yannick Ngakoue is closing a deal to the Raiders. That is a huge get. And that is less about Max Crosby and more about their first round pick, Cleveland Farrell. And I don't think they wanted to have to make this type of move. I don't think they wanted to have to shell out this much cash, but this is what happens when you draft a pick. You get a guy in the first round, you pick him high in the 2019 draft, and he just doesn't really show any bit of development. So I could definitely see them replacing Cleveland Farrell with, of course, Yannick Ngakoue, and then their standout fourth round pick in Max Crosby. Keep him on the outside. Try to find a trade partner for Farrell, or you try to work him back in as a rotational guy. Hankins is a free agent. We'll see if they bring him back in the interior, and then they have Malik Collins. So that's something to keep in mind moving forward. And the Raiders, I mean, they really haven't done a whole lot. So far, I'm pretty sure all they did was. Oh wait, they don't have Malik Collins. I'm sorry, Malik Collins signed with the Texans, so they're gonna need to look at that defensive line, and I definitely think they're an option in the draft for a guy like Christian Barmore, Jay Tufele, any of those top interior defensive linemen. I think would make sense for them. Let's see. I thought I saw something about Sherman to the Raiders. Huh. That's interesting. I don't know about that. Oh, I'm sorry. They signed Cameron Irving. Going back to the Panthers, they signed Cameron Irving. So he's going to, in some facet, take over. Probably for Dennis Daly. He'll be a guard. They have him listed as tackle, but I think he'll be a guard. Kaderl Hodge was assigned a 1-year tender, restricted free agent, former Ram. The Browns assigned him a 1-year tender. Ezekiel Turner also got a 1-year tender with Arizona. Dennis Gardeck did as well. So there's some guys there, of course. And, just covering yesterday, we had a lot of news go down. We mentioned Aaron Jones, Kyle Juszczyk, the 5-year deal with Kyle Juszczyk. So I mean that's something to keep in mind. He's like the last remaining true fullback in the league. Jonathan Feliciano signed a 3-year, $17 million deal with Buffalo. Taysom Hill had a 1-year, $12 million restructure. They did it to look like it's ridiculous, but it's not actually. He's not actually getting paid $140 million. Drew Brees retired from the NFL. Marcus Cannon was traded to Houston in exchange for a 4th-round pick swap, a 5th-round pick swap, and a 6th-round pick swap. I don't really love the pick swaps, but whatever. Mario Edwards signed a 3-year deal with Chicago, former Raider. I like the move there. Since what was it? Andrew Norwell got a $12 million restructure with Jacksonville, and then Barr had a $10 million restructure with Minnesota to clear some cap space, and then Chris Jones and Travis Kelce took restructures for the Chiefs. So that is that so far. Dustin Hopkins, kicker for Washington, also signed a 1-year extension. Shaq Lawson was traded to Houston from Miami for Bernardrick McKinney. That was quite the trade. Felt like the Miami Dolphins got a stud linebacker in Bernardrick McKinney and let go of a subpar, I'd say average at best, defensive end in Shaq Lawson. Vincent Smith signed a 1-year contract with New York, the Jets. Casey Hayward was released by the LA Chargers. Josh Hill, former tight end from the Saints, is signing a 1-year deal with Detroit. Robert Spillane re-upped with the Pittsburgh Steelers. He was the interim starting inside linebacker after Devin Bush went down with injury. Some restructures from the Bears: Cody Whitehair, Eddie Jackson, and Khalil Mack. Billy Turner restructured for Green Bay. Mario Addison and Vernon Butler took pay cuts for Buffalo. It does look as though Quentin Jefferson refused a pay cut, and that is why they ended up cutting him. Weston Richburg also took a pay cut with San Francisco. Preston Smith took a pay cut for the Packers. And that is, I think that's it. So there's been a lot of stuff going on here. And there's going to be a lot more stuff, of course. The Raiders getting Yannick Ngakoue, though, I really like that fit. And the Texans are signing former Patriots safety Terrence Brooks, 1-year, $2 million deal. He comes from the Patriots, so Nick Caserio, the new GM for the Texans, goes out and gets a guy that he knows. I don't know. I like the idea of Yannick Ngakoue reuniting with Gus Bradley in Vegas, so I really do like that move a lot, and I also like that. I don't know. I like that Max Crosby's going to get some help on the other edge, because I really didn't like the pick of Cleveland Farrell, and now I really don't like it now. Who I got, Tyson Fury or Anthony Joshua? I've only seen Tyson Fury fight, so I'm probably going to say Tyson Fury. But, man, no offense to you guys that like boxing, because I love the sport of boxing, but I was watching Marvin Hagler the other night, like just watching his old fights, the one with Hearns and the one with, it was Leonard, and it's such a far cry from where it used to be. It's unfortunate. It's such a great sport, but, yeah, Ibukam got signed. Yeah, I like what the Dolphins are doing. I'm really curious to see where Deshaun Watson ends up. We're hearing all sorts of stuff about Russell Wilson going to the Bears, so maybe that takes them out of the Deshaun Watson sweepstakes. I don't know. There's too much there with Russell Wilson for me to believe that he starts week 1 for Seattle. I just don't see it. There's way too much there. Now, I don't know who the hell would start for Seattle, but I don't think it's going to be Russell Wilson the way people are talking about it. I just don't. There's way too much there. Let's see. Yeah, rest in peace, Hagler. That guy was such a king that the announcers wouldn't call him Marvelous. They would never use his nickname. So the guy legally changed his name in the 80s to Marvelous to force them to start saying Marvelous Hagler. So funny. Man, what a legend. I loved his fighting style too. I mean, my favorite boxer of all time is Mike Tyson, and then I actually ironically love Evander Holyfield, but I'd say Hagler's up there as well. I love Hagler. Oh, I know, Renee. You don't have to tell me twice. Now all that boxing is we get like these what is it? We get these exhibition matches where you can't knock people out. We get YouTubers fighting each other. I mean, sooner or later I'm gonna be up there. So, um, if someone signs D will we get their first round pick? That's how it would work. But keep this in mind: you have to create an offer sheet when going after restricted free agents. So, if an offer sheet is created, the Rams can still match said offer sheet. Does that make sense? So just because someone offers him and then Darius Williams signs the offer sheet, the Rams can match that sheet, but they have to literally match the contract for what it is. Now, that brings up another thing, another dynamic, which I don't think is going to be used. And I don't think you have to worry about, but a poison pill where a team will add a bunch of crazy stipulations in their contract to deter you from matching it because you have to match it word for word to how they structure their contract. So poison pills exist. They happen. They happen more in the NBA because there's a lot of stuff going on with the NBA. But it's definitely something to keep in mind is that, I don't think it's going to happen, but it has happened before, is that a team, in order to try to steal away a guy, they will add crazy stipulations in a contract that another team won't. So, like, say you're a team that is anti no trade clause, it doesn't help your versatility, yada yada. You don't agree with it. A team that knows that you are that way will add a no trade clause into the negotiation. That way you have to match it, and then you're like, well, we don't really do that here. So there's that. There's another thing. It could be like literally anything. No trade clause. It could be what is it? Well, I mean, it could literally be anything. Like, we're talking stats, so incentives, like crazy incentives that, like, say you're an organization that doesn't like to pay a ton of incentives. So, like, it could be something like easy, right? So you're willing to go up to this amount and then they're not, and then so you go and be like, well, Darius Williams, if he gets one interception, he gets $5 million, and you'd be like, I can't match that. You know what I mean? So that is what a poison pill is. They're trying to get stuff done to kind of push you away from matching it, and if you do, then you're kind of screwed as well. So that's how teams operate. Everybody's playing against everybody, right? Hell yeah, they should have Van Noy on their list. I love Kyle Van Noy. Would love him on the Rams. I think he'd be a great fit. Versatile, can rush the passer, can cover, sound tackler, leader, fan favorite. I don't know. I think it makes a lot of sense, but yeah, teams are trolls, Chantry. It's true. You're not wrong. You are not wrong, my friend. For what it's worth, I am texting around to see if I can get any information for you guys. The Raiders are placing a second-round tender on their kicker, Daniel Carlson. The Dolphins are closing in on a one-year deal with Vince Beagle, the linebacker. So the Jets, Vikings, Browns, and Bengals have all shown interest in adding Saints defensive end Trey Hendrickson, who just had a phenomenal season. I remember Trey Hendrickson. He blew up at the East-West Shrine game, and that's how he came onto my radar out of FAU. Yeah, I'm a big fan of him. Let's see anything else that I can find here. I think the Patriots Kendrick Bourne deal is going to get done pretty quickly. They're working on that right now. Yeah, the Jets are receiving some interest on C.J. Mosley. They're receiving some trade calls. He sat out 2020 because of COVID, so keep that in mind. He's got another year on his contract. Yeah, it looks. The Eagles are looking at Jacoby Brissett. He's one of the better quarterbacks on the market, so that's something to keep in mind. Bud Dupree has a healthy market. And that's all I'm seeing here. There's speculation about Darnold being traded, but there's always speculation about Darnold being traded, so that's not anything new. Kyle Long is visiting Vegas Raiders and the Kansas City Chiefs. Kansas City would be a huge boost for them. Colts are named the sleeper team to land Trent Williams. That would be a good pickup. Sherman is being linked to the Cowboys, Raiders, and Jets. Jets are evaluating Will Fuller, Juju, and Kendrick Bourne. Yep, and the Bears' plan is to allow Trubisky to leave and address their quarterback concerns via free agency or trade. Trubisky's quote-unquote ship has sailed. James White is being linked to a Brady reunion in Tampa. That would be something. And Alex Smith is eyeing the Chicago Bears as a destination. Yeah, it's really quiet with the receivers, though. There's just not a lot going on because it just needs, like, if a Kendrick Bourne signs for like $10 million, I think you'll start to see like some movement. But I don't think Bourne's going to sign for anything more than $4 million. Bill Belichick on Johnny Smith. He says, "I can't imagine anyone better than him after the catch." So there you go. I believe the Eagles should stay with Hurts. Clowney would shine with Donald, but, you know, it's the health that is concerning. I still want him. I just don't think the Rams will get him because of the health. My opinion on Casey Hayward to the Rams is that, you know, this guy, like, you know, he's 31, though. Like, I'd rather have Desmond King, who can do it all. I like Hayward, but there's also other guys out there. I mean, personally, my number one corner, if I could take any corner from this free agency, I mean, it would absolutely be William Jackson. I'd say William Jackson, then next would be Chidobe Awuzie or Desmond King. So apparently Dallas is going after Jake McQuaid, the Rams long snapper, for those of you who don't know. Hey, Jake, who should the Rams get to help the defense with Donald and Ramsey? I mean, Paul, I'll tell you, you know, there's some options out there. I mean, obviously, I think Floyd is probably the favorite, but, you know, with Yannick off the board, There's still, Bud Dupree potentially with the ACL tear. He could be, an option, maybe cheaper than he could have been. That's dependent. But I would probably look at a guy like Carl Lawson. I think he would be a really good option. Tyus Bowser depends on how you label Kyle Van Noy. If you put him at edge, whatever. But, you know. Oh, it's Qui-Gon Joe Rams. Finally listening live in Corinth, Greece, my brother. I had to, after losing JJ3, whose player the Rams focus on. I'm just now hopping on. Welcome. This guy has the best comments I've ever seen. Like he leaves the best comments on my videos, and I really appreciate him. So I always feel bad because like I'll end my stream and then he'll drop his comment. He'll be like, I just saw this or whatever, and I'll be like, ah. I'm also jealous you live in Greece. I'm just gonna say that right now. I want to go to Greece so bad. But anyway, yeah. So who could they focus on? Well, I mean, I would probably say edge defense is their priority. But if you're looking at back end secondary wise, there's some guys like a Desmond King that can play corner and can play safety. So I think he'd be an option. Chidobe Awuzie, William Jackson, AJ Boye. They could bring back Troy Hill. So I would say that. But yeah, thanks so much for tuning in, Qui-Gon. Appreciate you. Floyd staying in LA looks good. What do you know? I feel like you guys are going to get the drop on it before I do. I mean, I'm just trying to see everything, so I'm probably going to miss something. So, So Josina Anderson's reporting. I also hear the Rams talks with Leonard Floyd are going well so far, per source. So could be Leonard Floyd is back with the Rams, and depending on how long that jersey might you might be able to go out and get that jersey. Yeah, Zach Ertz is he's waiting. He wants to be traded. There's gonna be some trades, guys. I'm telling you right now, there's gonna be some trades. It's coming up. It's gonna happen. We will see them. The Texans are signing guard Justin McCray to a 2-year, $4 million deal. I'll be honest, I don't even know who that is. That's probably the first player I don't even know who that is. So how's everyone doing? How are we hanging in there? We've been streaming for close to an hour and a half now. We've been keeping a consistent pace of over 80 live viewers. We're at 94 now. Appreciate y'all. Hopefully this picks up. Hopefully we get some big news where this thing can really pick up. I'm planning on staying on pretty late, so I don't know how late. Really depends. I just want the announcements for the restructures. Well, think about this with the Rams time. Like it's 6:09 Eastern. Yeah, 6:09 Eastern time, 3:09 Rams time. Like I'd imagine right around 5 o'clock, like which would be like around 8 o'clock on my side. Um, I imagine that's when we'll probably get some news. Just the thought. I mean, maybe we won't. I don't know. I'm curious though, with the talks with the Rams and Floyd, how long of a contract that would be. I mean, I think he's gonna get 14 million. I think it's a 1 year $14 million deal. But if it's not, then it's gonna be a 3 year. I'd say a 3 year, we'll say 3 year $42 million deal. If I'm doing the math right. And I am. Okay, so 3 year $42 million deal is my guess for Leonard Floyd. Renee, I think you're absolutely right. I think they have already done it. I just don't think they've announced it yet. Hey, don't give the Seahawks ideas. You want them to get Blythe? Not be a fan of that. Lawrence, what is up, my guy? How we doing? Thanks so much for stopping by. Appreciate you. The Rams are absolutely not under the cap right now, but they probably will be. What was your question, D Smooth? To guarantee that I'm gonna see your question, like 100%, like I'm trying my best, but YouTube is all out of whack with everything. Be sure if you want it, like you absolutely need an answer to the question, you drop a super chat because it highlights it in my thing. Okay, so the Cowboys have officially signed Jake McQuaid. Well, that's how it looks like anyway. Cowboys are getting rid of their long snapper, LP LaDucour, who played in 253 consecutive games and 16 seasons for Jake McQuaid. I think Felton would be a good move, yeah. With the versatility he has at running back and wide receiver, I think he'd give McVay a lot to work with. I also, I've said it over and over again. I really like, and I really think that this is where they're going. We'll see. I mean, if they get a guy in free agency, they probably won't draft a wide receiver in the second, but I think they're going to get Dwayne Eskridge from Western Michigan. Another one bites the dust. This is true. Cowboys just signed McQuaid. Are they JV squad because they're taking our cast-offs? So, okay, so Jake McQuaid is the latest for those of you who are tuning in. He is going to the Dallas Cowboys. And the deal is now done. The Raiders have landed Yannick Ngakoue. Yeah, I'll rip right through it. Let's do a quick hitter here. Yannick Ngakoue to the Raiders. Chiefs get Joe Tooney. Texans get Justin McCray. Corey Linsley going to the Chargers on a 5-year, $62.5 million deal. Vince Beagle is sticking with Miami. Daniel Carlson is going to be tendered as second-round tender for Las Vegas. Terrence Brooks is going to the Texans. Rashad Hill signed a 1-year deal with Minnesota. Austin Johnson is signing a contract with the Giants. Malik Taylor signed with the Green Bay Packers. Michael Davis signed a 3-year deal with the Chargers. Cam Sutton for 2 years, $9 million. He's going back to Pittsburgh. Shelby Harris, 3 years, $27 million. He's going to stay with Denver. D Ford signed a 2-year, $24 million restructured contract for the 49ers. Romeo Aquara signed. Is going to re-up for 3 years, $39 million with Detroit. Malik Collins goes to Houston for a 1-year, $6 million deal. Amara Darboh was released by Carolina. Dietrich Wise is signing a contract with New England. Shaquille Barrett got a 4-year, $68 million deal from Tampa Bay. Samson Ebukam signed a 2-year, $12 million deal with San Francisco. It is worth up to $13 million in incentives. John Johnson III signed with the Cleveland Browns, 3 years, $33.75 million contract. Jalen Reeves-Maybin signed a 1-year, $2.37 million contract with Detroit. Joe Dahl was released by Detroit. Jared Davis signed a deal, 1-year, $7 million deal with the Jets. Chris Board is signing with the Ravens. Jonathan Ford signed with the Jaguars, 2-year deal. Jamal Agnew signs a 3-year, $21 million deal with Jacksonville. Traymon Smith signs a 1-year deal with Houston. Jalen Mills signs a 4-year, $24 million deal with the New England Patriots. Roy Robertson Harris leaves the Bears. He's signing a 3-year, $24.4 million contract with Jacksonville. The Patriots got Matt Judon for 4 years, $56 million. Jason Barrett is sticking with the 49ers at 1 year, $5.5 million. Darius Williams has been assigned a 1-year, $4.766 million tender, which is a first-round tender for the Rams. And, that's pretty much it. Johnny Smith signed a 4-year, $50 million contract with New England. Devon Godchow is also coming to New England on an $8 million a year deal, 2 years over $16 million. Kevin Zeitler is signing a 3-year, $22.5 million deal with the Ravens. Ooh, is he really? D Watts, is that true? Wow. All right. So New England is going out and they're going to get Nelson Aguilar, who was one of the top deep threats last year in the league, and they're going to go out and get Kendrick Bourne. They still have N'Keal Harry. I like what New England's doing. I have to tell you that right now. Now what you do in the draft is you go out, you trade for your quarterback. Go and trade up for your quarterback. You have filled most of your needs. Go up and trade for a quarterback. I love it. I mean, I need to see the contract. Obviously, I don't want them to give like $15 million to Nelson Aguilar, but I like the move. Patriots are winning today. Now, that doesn't mean immediate wins, when the season starts, but New England is doing well. Part of me wants to see Trey Lance go there. Nelson Aguilar will be a nice fit. Well, Paul, Nelson Aguilar is going to the Patriots. It looks like, so he wouldn't be able to go to the Rams. Um, I mean, again, guys, I really like what the Patriots are doing. I can't help but say that. I mean, I don't love Cam Newton, so I'm hoping that they just brought him back as a backup. But when you have first off the coaching staff, Bill Belichick, Josh McDaniels, and then you have Steve Belichick and Jared Mayo, being like co-defensive coordinators, and I look at what they've done now. Right now, the Patriots, they have Cam Newton at quarterback, they have Sony Michel, and they have Damian Harris and J.J. Taylor, as well as Jacob Johnson in the backfield. James White and Rex Burkhead are free agents. Then you look at the receiver group. I like Jacoby Myers. Gunnar Olszewski is going to be a good player, in the return game, special teams. So is Matthew Slater. But there's a good chance Slater could get cut because Gunnar's done such a nice job. Julian Edelman's still there. N'Keal Harry's still there. Now they're going to add Demir Bird is also a free agent. So they're going to add Kendrick Bourne in all likelihood, and they're going to be adding Nelson Aguilar. Not a bad looking crop. And you go out and you get Jonnu Smith to be your go-to weapon at tight end. Then you look at your offensive line. Isaiah Wynn. They added Justin Huron in the 6th round. Last year, they added Yannick Kajust, 3rd round in 2019. You have Michael Onwenu, a guy in the 6th round this year who started and played very well out of Michigan. Shaq Mason, of course, is still there. So, look, they have free agents at center, of course, because they lost Joe Thuney. That's going to be a loss, and they lost David Andrews. But they're going to be able to make up for that. I think they might bring Andrews back. We'll see how that goes. There's also some guards you can go out and get. So I'm not worried too much about that. Then, on the defensive side of things, you look in the back end, their secondary. You have Stephon Gilmore. You have Devin McCourty. You have Devin McCourty, Stephon Gilmore. You have Adrian Phillips. You have Justin Bethel, Michael Jackson, Miles Bryant, who played pretty well last year. Kyle Duggar, a 2nd rounder out of 2020, and then a 2019 2nd rounder, and Joanne Williams. And I just think when you look at these guys, what they have, keep this in mind, J.C. Jackson as well. So, they have guys there, Jason McCourty, and then their linebackers, Anfernee Jennings from Alabama, they got in the 2020 3rd round pick. They got Joshua Uche. They got Cash Maliua. I think that's his name. 2020 6th round pick. Then they go and get, they had Jawan Bentley, 5th round pick in 2018. Brandon Copeland and Shalik Calhoun will be free agents, but they have Chase Winovich. They have Terez Hall, Tayshaun Bauer, Byron Cowart, Bo Allen, Akeem Spence. Then you're going to go out and you're going to go and get guys like Devon Godchow that will move back into that defensive line. You're getting a guy that is a premier pass rusher in this free agency class in Matthew Judon. And in the back end of that secondary, you're adding a versatile piece in Jalen Mills. So I really like what the Patriots are doing. Plus, they have opt-outs coming back. They traded Marcus Cannon away. Patrick Chung is coming back. Matt Lacoste is also coming back. Danny Vitale is another guy. Marquise Lee is still there if they want him. And then Dante Hightower. So, I don't know about you guys, but I like what they're doing. And so we'll see how this heats up, but let's see here. There's some news. Okay, so it's a done deal. The Patriots they have signed Nelson Aguilar. They've agreed to terms to sign Nelson Aguilar. Yannick Ngakoue was a $13 million a year deal. So he signs for 2 years, 26 million with the Raiders. I like the move for him. He can get back into that market. Makes sense for him. Makes sense for the Raiders. Good move. I like Aguilar and I like Bourne, assuming that the Bourne deal. I'm surprised the Bourne deal wasn't done first, but yeah, and Hightower's supposed to restructure exactly. So I would like to see if Paul. I'd say this. I'd like to see the Lakers go out and try to get Drummond. I don't know what they will, but I'd love to see them try. I mean, I think the Chargers could be a problem. Absolutely. I mean, I thought that's where he was going anyway. I didn't expect Floyd to be backed. Like, if I'm being honest. And if he doesn't come back and the Rams spend all this time on him, there's contingency plans. And let's just let's take a look at who's still available at the edge position. Thanks for following me, Randy. Appreciate you. Let's see here. So we're gonna look at what's up, Harry? How we doing? It's taking forever to load. Otherwise, I'd tell you. Okay, let's sort by edge. Donnell Hunter, by the way, I think he's going to request a trade, so that's definitely something to keep in mind. Let's see. Okay, so and I forgot to mention that I mentioned it earlier, but when I was talking about the depth chart, the Patriots, of course, are bringing back Dietrich Wise as well. So right now, the way things are going, we have Von Miller, Melvin Ingram, Bud Dupree, Carlos Dunlap, Jadeveon Clowney, Justin Houston, Ryan Kerrigan, Olivier Vernon, Leonard Floyd, who I think just turned 29, Tyrone Crawford, Henry Anderson, Trent Murphy, Solomon Thomas, Everson Griffin, Alex Okafor, Hassan Reddick, Benson Mayowa, Derek Wolfe, Takaris McKinley, Charles Harris, Pernell McPhee, Barkevius Mingo, DeMarcus Walker, Tyus Bowser, Ezekiel Ansah, Jeremy Atachu, Kerry Hyder, Shalik Calhoun, Alden Smith. Yeah, all these guys, Dwayne Smoot, Adam Gotsis. All right, so all these guys, all these edge defenders. So there's quite a bit still remaining. Right now, Spotrack's market value on Leonard Floyd, let's check this out, is 13.1. So I have him at 14. I think he's going to get 14. The market value, they have him at a 4-year, $52 million deal. Calculated. The base calculated without his calculated market value, the base calculated just based on his age, he would be getting a 3-year, $36 million deal. So we will see. Happy birthday, Art Cabral. Shaq Barrett already signed P Train. Let me see if I can find $17 million per year. Is he now? I really like Smoot. right on cue. Dwayne Smoot back to the Jaguars. 2 years, $14 million. It's a good move for Jacksonville to bring him back. I like him. I'm sure there's, receivers the Rams can get. Let's see here. Leonard Floyd is coming back to the Rams. The deal is done. So I'm waiting to see on that, but the Rams are re-signing pass rusher Leonard Floyd. Had 10.5 sacks last year, per Josina Anderson. So that is, let's put that in the ticker, shall we? Waiting on the details, folks. I only know so much, but Leonard Floyd. Wow. So it's $16 million per year for Leonard Floyd. And I'm imagining, so that's more than I would have paid, but we'll see what happens. So this kind of goes back to what I was saying earlier. Is that I like Leonard Floyd, but for $16 million per year, would I have rather had Dwayne Smoot for $7 million? Maybe. Honestly, maybe. That's a lot of money. Yeah, no, the Rams are in play. They've already restructured all these deals. We just don't know them yet. They don't have to announce them yet. It's a 4-year, $64 million deal for Leonard Floyd. Go get your jerseys, folks. Leonard Floyd has signed a 4-year, $64 million deal with the Los Angeles Rams. Wow. He got paid. He got paid. We're updating the ticker for you guys, so you guys will see that. Damn. That's a lot. That's a lot of money, but they got that out of the way. They made that their priority. So, hats off to them. They wanted to get that thing done and they did. That's a huge chunk of change though. So I think the thing with Leonard Floyd that they really enjoy is the fact that, I think that the thing that put them over the edge to pay him like that, first off, he has the familiarity with the scheme. But I think secondly, a big portion of it is his ability in the run game. What he can do as a run defender and how he can set the edge. And they really have had a hard time finding that. They couldn't find it with Dante Fowler. They couldn't find it with Clay Matthews. They could not find it with Connor Barwin. They go out, they get Leonard Floyd, and they find it. So, Les Snead was the GM with all those guys. Les Snead's the GM now again. So there you have it. Leonard Floyd, 4-year, $64 million deal per source. I'm sure this is going to be all, it's going to be all over the place. So I don't know the language of it. It's a lot of money though. A lot of money. So let's look at the updated Rams depth chart here. And, I'm definitely liking what I'm seeing. The Rams really don't have too many needs. And I've said that over and over again. First off, they have a top 10 offensive line, regardless if Blythe comes back or not. I think they could push Austin Corbett at center. I want Blythe to come back, but, we don't know where that's going to go. So the Rams starting lineup right now projected, you're looking at Matthew Stafford at quarterback. You have Cam Akers at running back, who will also see time. Darrell Henderson behind him. Then at wide receiver, they have Cooper Kupp, Robert Woods, Van Jefferson. And then, on the offensive line, they have Andrew Whitworth. They have David Edwards. They have Austin Corbett at center. They have Rob Havenstein at right tackle. And either Bobby Evans or Joseph Noteboom or Tremaine Ankrum having that other guard spot. Then at tight end, you have Tyler Higbee. You have Bryson Hopkins and Kendall Blanton. And then on the defensive side of the ball, you have Michael Brockers, Sebastian Joseph Day, Aaron Donald, Greg Gaines, Ashawn Robinson. And then you have now Leonard Floyd on the edge, who's going to be alongside Justin Hollins, Terrell Lewis, Obanai Okoronkwo. And then the inside, you have Troy Reeder, you have Kenny Young, you have Traven Howard, you have Christian Roseboom, you have Micah Kaiser. And then at corner, you have Darius Williams, you have Jalen Ramsey, David Long, Dante Dion, safety, Jordan Fuller, Taylor Rapp, Terrell Burgess, J.R. Reed, Nick Scott, Jake Gervais, and Juju Hughes. So what you're looking at right now is that they could go with another corner. You could see the Rams delve into this crop and go after another corner. You'd be surprised. I actually think you'll really be surprised. They gave $16 million because I think they have it. They did something, and we're about to find out what they did. And there's a chance those are voidable years too. Oh, thank you so much, Masanori. Appreciate you. Thank you so much for the donation. So this is not done, folks. We're gonna learn something about it. We just know it's 4 years, $64 million. Rob Gronkowski is officially returning to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers on a 1-year, $10 million deal. That is confirmed. The Broncos are also signing Ronald Darby to a 3-year deal. Love the fit in Vic Fangio's system. Makes a lot of sense. That's what just went on. Oh, and Joe Thomas, the linebacker, is signing with the Texans. I think the Texans have signed like 80 guys today, if I'm being honest with you. So, but yeah, that is that's that. That was kind of rapid fire there. I mean, we knew Gronk was coming back. He wasn't going to sign anywhere. He was either going to retire or he was going to play again with Tampa. And he's going to play as long as Brady plays, I think. But looking at the Broncos and what they're getting in a guy of Ronald Darby's caliber, very fast corner, a guy that's going to come in. They tagged Justin Simmons in the back end. They have Kareem Jackson. And now, they have Bryce Callahan. They have Duke Dawson. They have Nate Hairston. Parnell Motley, who I like a lot from last year's draft, undrafted rookie free agent out of Oklahoma. Michael Ojemudia, a third rounder from Iowa. Devontae Bosby's a free agent, but they have Kevin T. So they're going to throw him there. I like it. I like the move a lot for Denver going out and getting Darby. I think he's going to be a good fit for Vic Fangio's system. Well, the Rams are notorious for paying guys a lot of money. By the way, Ronald Darby's getting a 3-year, $30 million deal. I think this is really important because when Darby gets paid 3 years, 30 million, 19.5 million guaranteed. I think now this will start to open up the cornerback market a little bit. We'll probably see William Jackson. We'll probably see AJ Boye, former Broncos cornerback. And we'll probably see a guy like Chidobe Awuzie. So, we'll see as this whole thing, we'll see Troy Hill. And I think there's a chance Troy Hill could be back with the Rams. And then you don't have to worry about corner. Then you could focus on offensive line, or you could focus on getting another pass rusher. So, Oh, I agree with you. I mean, I like Ngakoue more. And that was what I was saying. I said, would you rather go with Floyd or would you rather spend the money for Ngakoue? I would probably go with Ngakoue, but, No, it was Deshaun Watson. The other guy was Dalvin Cook. Those are the two guys that Jalen Ramsey was trying to. Yeah, $16 million a year. So I think what this does tell you, though, is that they have the money to do it, though. I don't think they would just. I mean, I guess we'll see. But I'm telling you, folks, I think they saved a lot of money with the Aaron Donald restructure, with the Jalen Ramsey restructure. Maybe they restructured Kupp and Woods. And I think they reworked Stafford's deal. We will see. I mean, I don't know for sure, but I'm thinking that's where it's trending. Tampa's literally keeping everyone together, which I do appreciate. I like when teams try to bring the band back. I also got to give the Rams credit. They went out. They got a guy that, to be honest with you, I didn't really like the move. I thought, it was kind of a, kind of favoritism in a sense, like not favoritism, but you know what I mean? Like Brandon Staley, that was his guy. Instead of paying Corey Littleton, they went out and got him. But, Leonard Floyd played really well last year. He earned his money, and it's a little bit more than I would have paid him, but, the Rams really like him, and it says a lot. The defensive coordinator that really was the reason that brought him there left, and he's still signed for a 4-year deal. So that should tell you a lot moving forward. That it's more than the money. I think. I think he just really cared about playing with the Rams. He could have gotten more money, I believe. The Giants were into it, and I think the Chargers were definitely trying to get him as well. So he's going to sign with the Rams. That's right, guys. He chose the Rams and a defensive coordinator he's never played with over a defensive coordinator he has played with and the Chargers. But what I will say, though, is that when you look at Shaq Barrett, who has 27.5 sacks over the past 2 seasons, 4 more in the playoffs, and Leonard Floyd has 13.5 sacks over the past 2 seasons. Shaq Barrett, $17 million per year. That definitely looks like a bargain compared to Leonard Floyd. But hey, look, Leonard Floyd, he's going to get another year in this system. I think that, things will be better for the Rams. So he should have a better year, so we'll see. But How you guys feeling? I feel like there's like mixed reactions in the air, which I don't mind. I feel like we have some people that are like, "This is awesome," and we have some people that are like, "It's too much." I agree with you, Sacred. I think the Patriots are having a great free agency period. I do too. I don't. So that is a great point. LA Rams take. So while he's getting paid 16 million per year, I don't think that's going to be the cap hit. I don't. I think it's going to be different. So I can't guarantee that while he's getting paid 16 million per year, that is what you're going to see. It's going to be 16 million on the cap. I don't necessarily believe that. I think there's a good chance that, a lot of it's a little different and they're going to use some language in it. They might use some dummy years like they did his last contract, if you remember. And to be honest with you, I wouldn't be surprised if a lot of it's bonus related. So that's what I'm thinking because he's 29, right? I think he's 29. How old is Leonard Floyd? That's what I'm doing, Rush Culture. Talking about the Floyd deal. So Leonard Floyd is 28 years old. He turns 29 in September. So, I mean, I would have to imagine that's gonna be backloaded. Yeah, what if they? Yeah, that I could definitely see that. Do they have him up on the on Spotrac? Probably not. They work like around the clock, but not even they have it. So right now they have the Rams at 45 million over the cap. So let's see. I mean, I'm gonna be honest with you. Okay, they've overpaid. Okay, they overpaid based on Spotrack's market value. I'm not gonna like lie to you. Okay, they absolutely paid Leonard Floyd more than he was market value. But if it works, it works, and it's a little bit. It's like 2-3 million. I mean, it's not the greatest thing, but at the same time, I don't think it's the worst thing. Vincent Taylor signing a 1-year deal with Houston. Carl Davis is signing a contract with New England. Noah Brown is signing a 1-year contract with Dallas. Dallas also tendered Cedric Wilson to a 1-year, $2 million tender. For those that missed it, Nelson Aguilar signed a 2-year, $26 million contract with New England. That's $13 million per year. That's a huge contract because here's the thing. Now with that, keep this in mind. Now with the 2-year, $26 million deal. Thank you for following me, Mad Mass Gamer. Appreciate you. That opens up the floodgates for the next batch of receivers. So like how much now if Nelson Aguilar is getting 13 million, Corey Davis is probably going to get like 15, and then a guy like Will Fuller could get 17, and a guy like Kenny Galladay could work his way up to 20 depending on where he goes. So I think things that are going to open up, the floodgates are going to open up at the wide receiver position. That's a big move right there. the fact that Aguilar is going to make $13 million per year. Let's see here. So, and we don't have the salary structure right now, but Leonard Floyd would be a free agent the year he's 33 years old. I'm willing to bet this is heavily backloaded, and I'm willing to bet that they I don't think he's going to play until to the end of his contract. He turns he's a free agent 33. 32, I mean, I don't know. Maybe they'll keep him around that long, who knows? But I wouldn't be surprised if they don't, to be honest with you. I don't know if the Rams are going to pick up any free agency. Oh, Patriots have made it official. They're picking up Kendrick Bourne in free agency. Bourne is getting a 3-year, $22.5 million deal. So that is interesting. And so he's getting more than I initially expected. He's getting about $7.5 million per year. So Kendrick Bourne is a New England Patriot, and so is Nelson Aguilar. And that's true. The $16 million could be with incentives. We'll see. Yeah, no, I think the Rams have restructured a bunch of contracts. It's an overpay, Christian, but I don't hate it. Yeah, Patriots not playing. Keep in mind, last season, Kendrick Bourne had 49 catches for 667 yards. That's in an offense that has, guys along the lines of, first round pick Brandon Ayuk, second round pick Deebo Samuel, superstar tight end George Kittle. Then you have guys that can, make plays out of the backfield. A guy like, let's see. I'm getting a call. So you have guys. I've totally lost my train of thought. Mostert. That's what I was gonna say. They also have Mostert. So my point is that with Bourne 667 yards on 49 receptions with a team that, first off, who was their quarterback? I mean, really, they were all over the place. They had Garoppolo for a little bit, and then they had Mullins, and they had Beathard. So, like, I like this. Him going to New England, I think he's going to have an opportunity. I've always been a fan of his. I said the Rams should consider grabbing him. He's not a deep threat, but, I really do like that. It was Alexis, but I don't know if she wanted to rant. What's your thoughts on our moves today? AZZA, I agree with you. Thank you so much for donating. Appreciate you. I do agree with you. It does seem like the Rams always pay more than they need to. I don't know if I'm wrong on that, but Let's see. I know. It's not from Les Snead, I can tell you that much. No, no. It's what's the market for John Ross? Um, I don't know. That's a lot of money that these receivers are getting. I mean, so far there's only been 2 moves. Obviously, Darius Williams has been well in the making. He ain't gonna leave the building. We knew that. Um, they overpaid for Leonard Floyd, but you know, I'm okay with that, I guess, because I feel like they overpaid a guy that they're comfortable with, a guy that they saw, really start to develop in their defense. And if he's that willing to come back to a brand new defensive coordinator, see, here's the thing, and I fell into this trap too. Everyone on planet Earth was attaching him to Brandon Staley with the Chargers. And this is a business. So while guys do like sticking with their guys, you find a Leonard Floyd who had success with somebody but is willing to bet on himself and then, stick with that same team even when that guy leaves. He didn't leave the Rams. So I give this guy a lot of credit, to be honest with you. I know he's getting paid a lot, but he also would have gotten paid a lot anywhere else. He's one of the top, edge defenders on the market. Um, Now it'll be interesting the way this market kind of shapes up because we're starting to see the edge defenders are coming off the board pretty much all to themselves. We're also getting another contract here. It looks like Philip Dorsett is signing with the Jacksonville Jaguars. So Urban Meyer is going to get that deep threat. And it looks to me like they might be trading DJ Chark. That's not, we talked about that earlier. That's a rumor, DJ Chark for Orlando Brown. But if that's the case, that's not only a really good trade for Jacksonville to go out and get Orlando Brown to protect Trevor Lawrence. But Philip Dorsett's somebody, he's shown ability in the past. He's had a nagging injury, didn't play last season. Let's see if, what can be made of in that Jacksonville offense. I don't mind the signing. I'm sure it's relatively cheap. But one thing I want to point out, and that's why I was telling you guys about the signing, is those of you who were asking me about a John Ross or about a Marvin Hall or about a Khalif Raymond, guys, this is the contract to look out for because this is a baseline where Philip Dorsett gets paid. That's where I imagine John Ross gets paid because where you think about it, John Ross didn't play much last year and Philip Dorsett didn't play last year, but they offer the same type of traits. So I'm thinking if John Ross, he comes in, he gets about $2 million. I'm thinking you might see, Philip Dorsett, if he gets around $2 million, I'm thinking you might see John Ross in a Rams uniform. That's very doable. It's going to have to be cheap though. And it's going to be a 1-year deal because John Ross is going to want to have a prove it deal and then he's going to want to reset himself in the market. So yeah, that's how I'll say. Thanks, Shop. I know. Appreciate you. What is up, Holden? How we doing, my man? I just saw that you joined. Holden Canner. Let me see if I can. Hold on one sec. This live chat is so behind, it pisses me off. So the live chat on Streamlabs is doing well, but the live chat on YouTube for whatever reason is so behind. So like if I go over to type on that live chat, it's way behind. And I'm using like the whatever it's called, super ultra low latency so I can interact with you guys on the fly. If you notice there's not as much of a delay, that's why. Yeah, Troy Reader can absolutely start inside linebacker. Wouldn't be surprised if he doesn't. Holden, I just made you a moderator. I thought I had done that in the past, so there you go. Also, Renee, just made you a moderator as well. So yeah, that's I thought I already did that with Holden, but yeah, so you guys are mods. I think the Rams are going to have another move today. Would not be surprised. This Philip Dorsett, I'm telling you right now, this signing, I want to know how much it is because it's going to be the baseline for a John Ross type of deal. And right now, it's just all we know is that he's signing per source, but we don't have. I want to know numbers. What's up, Mark? How we doing? My Twitch, it's JK. I'll just put in the Let's see here. My Twitch is JK Bogan NFL. It is on top of the screen. I totally realized that. I just realized that. Thank you for pointing that out. I don't think the money's gone though, but we'll see. Hey, thanks for following. Appreciate that. I don't know what's going on with like when someone follows me on Twitch, the alert box gets all weird. And then it does that. I don't know why it keeps like AZZA didn't just donate me money. He did that earlier and it comes up. It just glitches out. I don't know. It's really odd. I'm just saying there's nothing I can do about it. Like it's I don't know. Let's see. Appreciate you guys following the Twitch. I didn't make it slow chat. No. I made it so it's easier for us to talk because did I make it slow chat? I don't think I did. Let's see. Hold on 1 second. Let me, because it shouldn't be slow chat. It shouldn't. The Twitch is frozen. That's not good. If everyone that's watching could drop a like, hit that thumbs up, and then hit the subscribe button, would really appreciate it. It helps with the algorithm, and so they're more likely when we get a bunch of likes and it keeps going up. As it keeps going up, the algorithm basically detects that a lot of people like this video and they're watching it. So what they'll do is they'll recommend this to people that don't watch, have never seen my channel before and are watching things along the line of NFL or any of the keywords that I put in there. So just, if you could do that, I'd really appreciate. Wow, you guys are freaking awesome. 15 in like a second. Like, so yeah, I understand it's always something that I forget as well. But yeah, when you like that, it helps the algorithm so much because the thing will really take off the more and more, the more and more it's engaged. And obviously, comments are great, but the live chat comments don't go towards the algorithm. The live chat comments are just awesome for me to interact with you guys. I don't know if you knew that. Plus, I also really want to put a live chat bar on my HUD, but I haven't been able to get it to work. So we'll try getting that at some point, but it's gonna be like nuts because I get so many comments. Yeah, so I wanted to check something here. Because I don't want it in it. Is slow chat? I don't think slow chat's enabled. I think in a sense it is. Thanks for following me. Appreciate you. I think in a sense slow chat is enabled because I like there's people spamming, and so I got rid of. I think it's like you have to wait 10 seconds. I think that's what it is. Okay. This thing's really blown up though. I've been waiting for one of these, and I've definitely been waiting for one of these days because we've had some really nice streams, but we haven't been moving like the rung like this. I mean, now we have 5 people on Twitch. That's the most we've had. We have 142 people on YouTube. That's not even close to the most we've had, but we're getting there. We're gonna be on that path. Can't wait to have you guys draft day. All 3 days of the draft, we'll be doing coverage. So definitely check us out. Even if you want it, like you want to have the draft in the background, totally cool. But throw us on your phone, or throw us on an iPad or something. You hear, your TV or whatever, and you want to know what me or Alexis or Adam thinks about like the pick, you have us in the background. So we're gonna be doing all 3 days. Just a reminder there. Let's see. Oh, thank you for another follow there, Cozy Boy. Appreciate you. My Twitch is at 1080. Yeah, I actually made it 30 frames per second. People were complaining about it buffering. So so I have my camera setting on 60 frames, but I had to turn it down to 30 because people were having issues with it. Lawrence, don't worry. Alexis and I are recording a podcast this week. So we'll be doing that. We're gonna do it more. It's been hard this year. The interviews haven't been as much as we haven't been doing a lot of interviews this year, so it just didn't go the way we expected it. But things are working out for the YouTube channel, so I can't really complain. Let's see. The Jaguars are signing former Charger safety Rayshawn Jenkins. I like this move. Rayshawn Jenkins actually played school, I believe, at Miami, so he's going back to the state of Florida to play in the NFL. I don't mind the move at all. Had 84 tackles and 2 interceptions last year for the Chargers. Clearly, the Chargers are moving on. With Brandon Staley, they're going to grab a different guy. So, in the back end of the secondary. Plus, they have, that's the thing. Rayshawn Jenkins, it was perfect for him because he's able to come in and play, in relief for a guy like Derwin James, who we saw in Hard Knocks go down with a season-ending injury. And he was able to make a name for himself. And so he gets a contract. I dig it. All these people are texting me. I'm like, I'm sorry, I'm live right now. There we go. 72 likes. Let's keep it coming. Beat the algorithm. My buddy Kyle is a huge Patriots fan, is really enjoying today. Hell no, no dislikes. I mean, I don't know. It's a free country. You can dislike if you want. Oh, you don't. All right. So I have to say this. I love you guys so much. And I'm just gonna say this because I think it's funny. None of you guys do it, but I just think it's hilarious how, like, my true supporters and followers, like, even if you guys only follow me for the sports, and to be honest with you, like, if you follow me in general, if you take time out of your busy schedule to listen to me talk or watch me, appreciate you wholeheartedly. But I just find it really funny how like you guys on stream were telling me to like, yeah, do an MCU video or do, do whatever you want on this channel and we'll support it. And then I have people that will just downvote and like unsubscribe when I come out with a video. Like I did the movie what was it? The movie review of Cherry, and I did the MCU. So I did the WandaVision review, and then I did a video for Falcon and Winter Soldier, and I had people unsubscribing. I don't know. I just thought it was funny. I knew it wasn't you guys because you guys were telling me to do it, but you always get those people that are like, they see one thing that they disagree with on your stream of like, different videos that you come out with, and they're like, I'm unsubscribing. I'm done. I can't deal with I can't deal with Jake Ellenbogen anymore. I'm like, all right, that's cool. I remember that one guy that always used to come on here and just like absolutely, he would just complain the whole time, be like, yeah, you say interesting a lot. I'm like, I know. I'm not perfect, folks. I do my best. So, Cherry is fire. You should absolutely watch it. You should watch it all tonight when you get off this stream later. I don't know when we're going to finish. I'm probably going to have to eat at 7-Eleven. And we've been streaming for 2 hours and 30 minutes. But what I'll do is I'll keep the stream open if I have to go eat. Like if I feel like I'm literally going to die, then I'll go eat. And because I'm planning on eating a lot after this. But if I have to do that, I'll leave it open and just go to a break, and then I'll be back. So there's that. Let's see. Hmm. 24-hour stream? Are you trying to murder me? I keep getting all these calls, and most of them are pointless. I only had one call that I wanted to answer, and I couldn't because, Jared Cook wants to pay the Rams $11 million to play with him. I'm down with that. That's funny. All right, come on, give us the details on Philip Dorsett's contract. Micah Hyde, 2 years, $6 million. That's not a bad move. I think the Seahawks are really gonna roll with Rashad Penny. That's a tough scene right there. Oh, he reunites with Trent Baalke because he had Carlos Hyde in San Francisco when they drafted him. Yeah, not a big fan of that guy. So we are approaching 1,000 views or 1,000 watches or whatever you want to call it, views. I'm gonna call it views. 1,000 views. Yeah. For the stream. So I appreciate you guys. Our chat should buy you some pizza, Jake. Yeah, well, I appreciate it. I would never ask you guys to do that, but do appreciate it. What's up, Isaiah? How we doing? I love it, Renee. Yeah, Cherry's fun. It's a fun movie. It's very dark, but I enjoyed it. I won't say too much because then there's no point of checking out my video. But but it's a good it's a really good movie. Really good movie. And Tom Holland, they do a nice job. They kind of graduate him from being like Peter Parker in your mind to then, it only takes like 10 minutes and then you're like, okay, he's not Peter Parker. That's not doing too bad. It has 75 views. I wasn't expecting it to blow up. I released it at like 4 a.m. So, But the Falcon Winter Soldier one has 185 and the WandaVision one has 169. So, hey. I'm gonna be doing more of those videos. It'll be great because there's gonna be a point where there's a dead period, and when that dead period comes, I'm still gonna be coming out with content, and I'm not gonna be able to talk like consistently about the same things because that will just kill me. So I'll be coming out with content. We're gonna do weekly stuff. If you guys are planning on watching Falcon Winter Soldier, we're gonna come out with weekly episodes of that. So yeah. What's more swaggy, Gucci shoes or the Lightning McQueen Crocs? I'm just gonna go with the Gucci shoes because I'm absolutely no on Crocs. Will Creed Humphrey drop at 57th? Probably not. I think he's the best center in the draft, so I don't see it. Um, those videos don't seem to hurt the NFL ones. Appreciate you. Yeah, I mean, I try to stay true to who I am, and you guys were very, very loud in letting me know that I should just make videos about what I want to make, and so that's what I've been doing. I mean, think about this, I I'm now doing I got a capture card and now I'm gaming and I have people tuning in and watching me play video games live at night. I mean, it's just so cool. You guys are welcome to. I just don't know if I'm going to do it tonight. I might burn myself out, but we'll see. I was thinking about watching Wind River, that movie with Jeremy Renner and Elizabeth Olsen. I also want to see the other Tom Holland movie that came out on Netflix, but we'll see. Hmm. There's a chance. I won't rule out getting Ross today, but you know. Damn, my Twitter just crashed. What the hell's going on? I'm trying to follow everything. It's hard. The season started today. Who calls the plays on the Rams defense? That's a great question. There's a chance it could be Jordan Fuller. There's also a chance that it could be Troy Reader or Micah Kaiser or Kenny Young or any of the linebackers or Jalen Ramsey. I don't know. Let's see here. That's fake. That's not actually Adam Schefter. The Curtis Samuel. That's fake. Trust me, I'm scouring the NFL or the internet for all sorts of stuff to see. Yeah, Rocket League was fun. I definitely enjoyed playing that. Jake, I think the Rams have a few more big name players. They going to get more, but they're not telling anybody. Let's see here. Keep an eye on Seattle for Darnold, source says. Seattle could be looking at getting Sam Darnold. So that's something. Oh, let's look on the phone and see if we can find anything. Um They're not trading Jalen Ramsey. They gave up 2 first-rounders for him. Yeah. Yeah, Darnold. That's what I'm seeing here. They're not in cap hell. Because the number on Spotrac isn't the number that they currently have. You have to keep that in mind. San Francisco will not trade for Darnold per report. Haha, Clinton Dix will visit Raiders. Wow, Rayshawn Jenkins is getting a 4-year deal with Jacksonville. Yeah, I'm looking here and I'm not really seeing a ton new stuff. Yeah, there's like not anything new. Yeah, there's a little bit of a break. Appreciate the follow. CJ Mosley? I think he's like 29. He is 28 years old, turns 29 in June. I don't think Kerrigan. I don't know. Kerrigan at this point in his career, I don't know if he's like better off than some of the guys that they currently have on the roster. Like if they were to go out and get like Jadeveon Clowney now, I'll say this. Jadeveon Clowney makes more sense than before because now they have Floyd. So if they could get Clowney for $6 million or $8 million around that for 1 year, I wouldn't mind that. Go out and finally get Aaron Donald pass rush around him. If they had Clowney and they had Floyd with Brockers, Ashawn, and Sebastian Joseph Day, you know what I'm saying? I don't know. Floyd's structure, well, I think really the Rams are going to want to be able to have that option to cut ties with him if he doesn't live up to the potential. So you have a 4-year deal. The 2 years, I would imagine, are going to be serious dead money if they cut him, but year 3 could be a potential opt-out. So we'll see. I mean, it's not going to be a player or team option or anything like that. We never even see that anymore. But what we're probably going to see is something along the lines of like the dead money is going to go down significantly year 3. That's like they're out. So I want to see Aaron Donald with Jadeveon Clowney and Leonard Floyd. There we go. We got Renee on board, so it needs to happen. Or, I mean, hey, if Carl Lawson will come. But I just think Carl Lawson's going to get paid more. Okay, so Adam Schefter said, for those scoring at home in the past 24 hours, Drew Rosenhaus has now negotiated 10 contracts for over $250 million. He is insane. The 4-year deal really helps the Rams out, though, because what it does, it gives them the ability now. They can go ahead and they can draft a. I think they're going to draft edge because now they can go out and they can develop an edge defender, and they're just going to add one more. They're not going to. They're not going to double dip on edge now. So I'll be changing my mock drafts with that. They're not going to double dip on edge now after signing Floyd. So that changes the draft a little bit. And I don't necessarily think that they would take an edge defender early on with Leonard Floyd coming back because they could roll with a combination of Hollins and Terrell Lewis and Obanai Okoronkwo. But I'd feel more comfortable with them going out and getting Clowney personally. So we'll see. But I mean, I think Clowney makes a lot of sense now that you have Floyd. There's not like if Clowney was the guy that you were riding on, then maybe that's a little risky. But now the only thing that worries me is his injuries, and they don't really worry me that much. I think he's going to be fine. So do I think Ramsey and Donald stay with the Rams? Absolutely. Amari Rodgers, I would imagine, gets taken in the 3rd round. I'm telling you guys, we're about 30 minutes away from finding out. I think they're going to announce the restructures pretty soon. I could be wrong. And don't shoot me if I am, but I would imagine that's what they're thinking. So we're over 1,000 views. Appreciate you guys. We are at 136 concurrent viewers. We have an average watch time of 14 minutes, which is very impressive. This has been a very good live stream. Hey, Rams House, what's up? Yeah, so I thought it's a rich contract, obviously, and it is an overpay by definition because the market value he's not worth that. But at the same time, I feel good that the Rams felt the need to go out and get him again because that shows to me they really felt like he was the real deal. They gave him a 4-year deal. They didn't give I thought this was gonna be a 1-year deal, and they gave him a 4-year. Dante Fowler got a 1, and then didn't come back after that. So it's definitely something to keep in mind. And another thing to keep in mind, Rams House, is that, look, like Dante Fowler, or not Dante Fowler, Leonard Floyd, we all had him going to the Chargers. We all assumed he would just follow Brandon Staley, but the fact that he bought into the Rams, it's clear and obvious. This also hurts the folk out there that say that, this is the organization is becoming toxic because all these coaches are leaving. I don't know. You've been here the whole stream. Inject Ellenbogen content straight into my veins. Appreciate you, Scott. That's actually hilarious. Oh, I'm exhausted, dude. I was up until 4 a.m. Watched Cherry, and then immediately felt like I had to do a video, so I recorded at 4 a.m. I woke up at like 7, and then I worked for 8 hours, and now I'm here. Um, Drink a bang. Yeah, I don't know if I'll be doing that. Okay, so Titans are signing former Colts defensive tackle Danico Autry to a 3-year deal worth $21.5 million per Ian Rappaport and Tom Pelissaro. He's going to get $9 million guaranteed and $14.25 million over 2 years. It's Tennessee's first free agent signing of free agency. The Saints have just signed James Hurst, the right tackle, to a 3-year, $9 million deal. If you ask me where they're getting this money, no, I cannot. I have no comment. I cannot answer because I don't know. No Canada Dry. No, I'm on a weight regimen. I used to be like super fit, and then COVID happened. I'm sure you guys have heard this before. And I gained a bunch of pounds, and then I was weighing 195 at 5'8". So I'm down to now 172.4. So yeah, I laid off the ginger ale and just trying to get fit. So that's why you don't see any more ginger ale or Coke or Sprite. I don't remember the last time I had. The last time I had a soda, you guys saw me have a soda, so I haven't had one since. I'll probably watch the Snyder Cut. I'm not as interested as most, but I just like for me the MCU I think is so much better than the DCEU that it just I don't know. Silver used to roll with us, but now he a hater. Um That's true. That's absolutely true, shot by Nolan. Hmm. It's quiet. Too quiet. I'm gonna check and see if the stimmy hit my account. How about that? So I actually have something to tell you guys. So I don't know if you guys knew this, but I have a parody account. I actually had two. Twitter blocked one of them. I don't run them, no. Um, but this guy is like, older guy that's like my dad's age. Photoshops like pictures of my face and has a parody account of me. So that's something. Um, that's all I had to say. I just think it's actually mind blowing to have two parody accounts. Real talk, I'm hitting refresh. You're funny. Oh, did I something hit. It wasn't the stimmy, it was the YouTube money. So I actually earned that money. um yeah. So there's so much going on here. I'm trying to follow. Jake, who did the Rams sign today besides Floyd? Do you know by any chance? The only one that they signed was Floyd. They offered a first round tender to Darius Williams. I did not make $2. I won't reveal how much I made, but I made a lot more than 2. How did a piece? So like, I don't know if you guys can see it, but like, I don't know how like here material from this got up there, but all right. Higgs has a career year. You think so? Yannick or Floyd? I'll say Yannick, but I guess Floyd in the system. But I think Yannick's a better pass rusher. No, I've made a lot. I'm not close to my goal. My goal at the end of the year, for those of you who don't know, it's 20,000 subscribers. So I know it sounds kind of funny because I'm not like close to my goal right now, but I know I'm gonna get there. Because this is the plan. This is the Jake Ellenbogen channel plan. I'm going to get to the point where I'm able to do this full time and come out with good content and keep people engaged. Gonna get to a point where I can do this full time as my job. I'm telling you that's the goal. And that way you guys will never stop seeing my face. Some of you will like it, some of you won't. I can tell you right now though, the person earlier, and I'm sorry, I've seen so many names. I think it was Scott. I want to say Scott. It was Scott. Scott B. I'll tell you right now, Scott B is gonna enjoy it because he's been here the whole stream, and he basically said inject Ellenbogen content straight into my veins. So gonna do that. We're gonna do that. We're getting there. Mark my words. We will get to the point where I can retire from my day job and I will be doing this full time. I don't know. I won't call it retire, but I'd love to be able to just do this full time. It's my dream. Do you think Stafford has some involvement in these trades? I mean, I'm sure he gets asked, but I wouldn't say that he has the like involvement, so to speak. Love you too, D Smooth. 100K in 2 years? That'd be dope. Why not though? Like why can't I do that? I have a great community of people, a very non-toxic community I'd like to add cuz man, I can tell you right now, I have some great people on Twitter, but for the most part, social media is very toxic. And I come on YouTube and I feel like YouTube, maybe the comments, first off, the next bot comment I see, I'm going to curb stomp whoever's controlling that bot. But I will say, aside from comments, and I'm not saying all comments are bad, but I rarely ever, I don't think have you guys ever seen me? I don't think I ever get like harassed here on the chat. It could be because my moderators do such a good job. So 10K is not unlikely, my friend. I will have 10K probably before the season starts. Like I said, I have like this really bad parody account that like takes pictures of me from like Facebook. I don't know how they find him because I'm not friends with this person. And they take pictures from me on Facebook when I was like 10, and they Photoshop me on like movie posters and other things that I won't get into. But it's so bad. Like I feel like it's so lame. It's like, oh, awesome! I have a parody account. Is it like Phil Werrell, where it's like, like Will Ferrell's parody account that's hilarious? No, it's my parody account, which is about as pathetic as you could imagine. You don't harass me, Chantry. I'm trying to grow. We're at 3,480 subscribers. My graphic needs to get with the program because clearly, it's not showing that. But we're getting there. And while we're talking, did we get any more anything? Did we get any sort of anything? Yeah, it's funny you guys didn't even know I had a parody account. Yeah, it's called Bogue DTR, and it's pathetic. That's all I can say. News came out. Austin Johnson's contract with the Giants is a 1-year, $3 million deal. So that is out. I don't think that's anything you guys were like needing to know, but I don't think it's Alexis because they blocked Alexis. It's definitely not her. I know who it is. I'm just not going to divulge his name. I don't want to give him any credit. Desperately trying to ride on my coattails. Get out of here. Homie, don't play that. Yeah, it's not a stupid question, Mark. Alexis is my co-host for the Downtown Rams podcast. I don't know. He looks like a troll. The Golden Knights are doing pretty well. One of the best teams in the NHL. And man, I find it so funny. I always say this. All like the media was just like, "Oh, Marc-Andre Fleury is going to get traded. He's hurt. He's offended because they got Robin Lehner, and here he is. He's one of the best goalies this year. Like he didn't get traded. He stayed. I knew that was going to happen. I am rooting for a team in March Madness. I'm rooting for the Kansas Jayhawks. I have family in Lawrence, Kansas. I'm a diehard Jayhawk fan, and that's who I'm rooting for. Jalen, my favorite player. We need to put him on an island more, I think. You could. Definitely could. Let's see what we got here. Come on now. Maybe we'll get some more news at 8. We just passed the 3-hour mark. 3 hours. Who's happy? Who's excited? Who's enjoying themselves? Who's not? You're welcome to say your piece there. 2 essays due tomorrow, huh? Yeah. As you can see, Ram's house, I could definitely go for another 21 hours. I'm definitely not exhausted or anything. I hear you. I want to see the restructures as well. I don't like this pause, you know? I want to see some more action. So the way the schedule's working out is tomorrow I'm going to take a day off unless something massive happens or I have to come back on here. Might record a video, who knows. Wednesday, if everything goes according to plan, Steffi Smalls is going to take over Wednesdays, of course, with me. So you should be seeing her on Wednesday. We'll be talking about, everything. And then Thursday, I might bring on a guest. I might not. I haven't kind of decided that yet. But, we'll figure it out. Alexis? Like the draft? Yeah, she was. Give me Kerrigan or give me death is not something I ever expected to hear, but here we are. Oh, once again, reminder, because of the algorithm, if you like this, hit the thumbs up because it's going to attract people to come to this channel, to come to this exact video, and it's going to show up on the right panel of their screen. It's going to show up, and it's going to be awesome. And then people will click on it, and we'll get more people. We're also getting to the point where I'm going to have to do another ad read, so keep that in mind as well. So, okay. She's absolutely going to talk about 1996. She took that screen grab and she's been tweeting that out consistently. I mean, we don't know the guarantees and incentives yet. That's also true. When is the pre-workouts? I have no idea. Jake does not beg. Reminder, if you need a Manscaped product of any kind, you can go over to manscaped.com and you can type in promo code JKB or DTR. We'll get you 20% off and free shipping off your order. Also, our listeners and viewers can head on over to builtbar.com to go out and get the best protein bars that you could possibly get. They also just got bone broth. Let me just tell you, bone broth, A1. You can go over there, you can type in DTSN, and you'll get 10% off your order. I had to put those in there, so there you go. Ooh, the Jets are getting Corey Davis. There we go. There's the movement I was talking about. I was hoping we get some of that, right? We get some more. Corey Davis reaches agreement on a 3-year, $37.5 million deal that includes $27 million guaranteed with the New York Jets. All right, can I just say this? Corey Davis was my wide receiver 1 in that draft class. And I'll be honest with you, he hasn't lived up to that. So I'm really hoping he goes and he balls out with the Jets. I think the Jets are pretty easy to root for. Him, Mims, we'll see what they do with they have Crowder and they also have what's his name? The wide receiver from Perriman. So we'll see what they do, but I mean those are two. Here's the thing, if you're going to hold on to Darnold, build around him, this is how to do it. I like this move for Corey Davis. It is a steal. It is a steal, Rams house. It's a steal. Absolutely. Because here's the thing, Corey Davis had to share targets with Jonnu Smith, who just went for $12 million, with A.J. Brown, who's arguably the best receiver from that draft class, and that draft class did have DK Metcalf. I would still put Metcalf, but A.J. Brown is pretty awesome himself. And, of course, Derrick Henry, who's going to run 30 times a game. So, I don't know. Jefferson fits the mold, I think, better for a Rams receiver. Jonnu Smith is now a New England Patriot. He signed for 4 years, $50 million. What's that, Paul? I don't really understand. Can defense cords make signed players? Well, Jake, I have to go feed my animals. LOL, horses are looking at me angry. Have a good night, Jake, and the rest of the Ramley. Take care, everyone. Later, Mark. Thanks for stopping by, my man. Appreciate you. Hey, Jake, do you know if they were having the Oscars this year? The Grammys were yesterday, and a few weeks ago, the Golden Globes. Yeah, the Oscars will be this year for sure. Mims would be riding the bench the same way Jefferson did. I agree with you, Renee. I just don't think that they really had a plan. It wasn't well thought out. Josh Reynolds held back his development, so there's no way they can bring him back. Yeah, Davis was close to having over 1,000 yards. Do I watch the Oscars? Depends. Normally, no. I don't really watch TV that much. Yeah, the Davis contract is really well done. That's just a great move by the Jets. I like it a lot. And I mean, how about Corey Davis? You know, Corey Davis gets to be a free agent at 26 years old. He's going to sign this 3-year deal. And at 29 years old, he'll be able to re enter the market in 2024 when I'm assuming COVID is gone. And, you know, with this new TV deal coming, the cap is going to be so high, he'll be able to get paid out the wazoo if things work out well with the Jets. It makes so much sense. What is your honest opinion about the Rams D 2021? I think they're going to be just as good, honestly. There might be a little bit of a drop. There might be a little bit of a drop off, but I think they'll be a top 10 defense. You know, how are you going to find the money for D-Will and Floyd? What can they do to free up space, or is the salary cap just a myth? They'll be able to free up space. I'll leave it at that. But yeah, everything's good. Don't you worry. All right, we're going to figure out. Well, all right, so we're going to change our ticker here. Gotta update it a little bit. Sheesh, there's so many Patriots to update here. Oh no, what did I do? Just updating the ticker for people that are joining. I think Cam's gonna be great. I think Cam Akers is in for a huge year, if I'm being honest. The Bills have just signed Tyler Matakevich to a 1-year extension. Interesting. Oh. All right. Ticker's updated, so you'll see some stuff. So it is 8. I'm imagining soon we will have some Rams news. The Rams get a wide receiver? I mean, I think they will at some point. I don't know if it'll be free agency. I think they'll look at more, um, like a John Ross, a Khalif Raymond, a Marvin Hall. Um, I don't think Marvin Jones is going to happen, but we've seen stranger things. There's no there's no running backs. There's like no running back news whatsoever. I'm a little surprised by that. Hmm. So Samson Ibukam posted a Instagram. I thought this was funny. An Instagram story. Bosa and Sosa. No, please tell me that's not true. I'm not seeing anything on Curtis Samuel. I'm hoping that's false. I really hope Curtis Samuel didn't just sell out and go to the Jaguars. Oh, this is something. So, Jonathan Jones is reporting that the Dolphins will soon make a free agent wide receiver a very rich man. After that, some of these guys will need to make a decision whether or not they play 2021 on 1 year deal or hit free agency again next year. So, I'm thinking that's Galladay. It has to be, right? Do we all agree? Rams house agrees. I think Okay, so Rams house. What do you think the number will be? Because I'm thinking let's look at Spotrac here. I think Spotrac will probably have him around 18 million. Let's see here. Kenny Galladay. Hmm. $19.4. You think so? That's a lot. So I'm looking for Galladay's. Okay, so Kenny Galladay's market value, and keep in mind he's 27 years old. 17 million annual salary. So they have him at 5 years, 85 million. I'm thinking he gets 18. What do you guys think? Does Galladay hit 18 or no? I don't know. I think Galladay gets 18 from Dolphins. Just me that Game Pass isn't working for. Trying to make free agency videos. Games won't load. Loving the stream though, man. Hey, what's up, man? TD for LLC. Yeah, I've had issues with Game Pass. It's really frustrating. Like, it'll just say it's unavailable. I'm like, what do you mean it's unavailable? But I use a VPN, so I don't know. Like, I always have it streaming in the UK. Are you from the UK? I'm pretty sure you are, but I don't remember. Oh God. I just read this guy Brian Perez, who's oh good call, Rams house. Yeah, I really don't. I don't want to see that. I want him to go to. I want him to go to the Patriots, to be honest with you, but we'll see if that happens. Probably not. The Bears might as well just roll with Nick Foles again if the caliber of player they're considering is Andy Dalton. Why invest in a player like that when you already have a version of him on the roster? I agree, Brian. Absolutely agree, Brian Perez. I just don't understand. Did the Bears not realize that they're there? They just need a quarterback. I mean, my God. Titans making a push for Bud Dupree. That's something. Wow. So, all right, this is really interesting because Big Ben took all that. He took that money. He took that huge pay cut, and now the Steelers have the money, and it's like we're hearing Juju's likely gone, and now Bud Dupree could be gone. So they might be listening to me when I said that they should put an emphasis on going after Hilton and Cam Sutton. But hey, guys, I'm gonna take a quick break. Gonna eat because I'm literally dying. I did say if I start dying or feeling like I'm dying, then I will go eat. So I'm gonna do that. And I'll be back in 10, 15 minutes. So you guys hang in there. I'll be back. I'm not turning it off. I'm just, you know. So I don't know what the hell's going on. Welcome, guys. Thanks for waiting for me. Appreciate y'all. Oh, man. So, how we all doing? We got some breaking news. I mean, what else would I be saying? I mean, it's of course there's news, right? Um, so it looks as though the Titans are signing former Steelers linebacker Bud Dupree. Um, we don't know the number on that, but they're going to be signing him. The Giants are signing former Broncos running back and Raiders running back Devontae Booker to a 2-year, $6 million deal. I don't know if that means Wayne Gallman is out, but I don't think Steffi's going to be very happy about that. Dolphins are finalizing a 3-year deal for Bengals fullback / tight end Sethan Carter. Matt Filer, so the Steelers are losing another guy. Filer's going to the Chargers on a 3-year, $21 million deal, shoring up that offensive line for Justin Herbert. And that's the extent of that. Also, we did miss something right before I went off. Henry Anderson signed a 2-year deal with the Patriots, so they're loading up in a big way. So that is what we have there. Yeah, I got some news, and then I blurred out like 6 different deals or whatever. I love the Corey Davis move. Yeah, I love the Corey Davis move. I think it's a very underrated signing. I dig it a lot. You don't like the? Oh, you don't like it for other reasons. I like it as a football fan. Bud Dupree is getting $16.5 million per year, so that's 0.5 more than Leonard Floyd. The Titans are also signing Browns offensive tackle Kendall Lamb to a 2-year deal worth up to $8.5 million. Trying to stay hydrated over here. Okay. So, yeah, the Bud Dupree move. I mean, let's talk a little bit about that. So, Bud Dupree, he's leaving the Steelers. The Steelers drafted Alex Highsmith in the 3rd round out of Charlotte, a guy that I think very highly of. And I think, having TJ Watt there and Highsmith is only going to grow. I think the Steelers are fine. I think they can withstand losing Bud Dupree. It's unfortunate. It's one of those things you'd rather not lose Bud Dupree. But this is the name of the game. This is called the business aspect of things. But, when you look at, the Titans are now getting Bud Dupree. And, I mean, I like this because I think, the Titans did, they needed another pass rusher, I thought. I really like the one that they got from Boston College. His name totally escapes me right now. But, I think he's going to be a good fit there for sure. Harold Landry is who I was thinking of. So Harold Landry, I think it makes a lot of sense. Daquan Jones, Jack Crawford, Jayon Brown, and Jadeveon Clowney are all free agents. So you need to fill in for Clowney. You need to fill in for Crawford. And you're getting Bud Dupree, who's likely going to play on the outside. So Bud Dupree is going to replace Jadeveon Clowney. You still have Harold Landry. I like the way that looks there. But for the Steelers, the guy to look out for, the reason why they moved on from Bud Dupree, and looks like they didn't really make much of an effort to get him. We'll find out, but it looks that way. Is because they have Alex Highsmith, who's the 3rd round pick from the 2020 draft out of Charlotte. They really do like him, so that makes that. They also didn't tender Ola Adeni, who was the backup outside linebacker to TJ Watt. So they are in the market for an edge in the draft. They're in the market for an edge in this free agency. And if they don't feel like Alex Highsmith is ready, they could go out and get Carl Lawson. I think that'd be a good move. There's some other guys there, but I think Carl Lawson would be a really nice fit. I don't know for sure if the Rams can get Keanu Neal or not. I mean, he could be a lot of money. And I don't know if they'll go that route. I think it's telling that they didn't get John Johnson back because they just didn't want to spend that money. Because I imagine John Johnson was going to come back if he wanted to. I think it was the Rams that didn't want to spend the money on that position. Hey, Preston, how's it going? No news on restructures. I mean, they could still sign Marvin Jones. I wouldn't bank on it. So the Cowboys have tendered Antoine Woods, 1 year, $2.1 million. Aside from that, that's really it. It's getting a little dead. If it doesn't pick up, I'll get off at 9. We've gone over 4 hours. I feel pretty good about it, but that's kind of where I'm at, Renee. I think it's like their valuing of the safety position. I don't think that they're, you know. Maybe 10 minutes. I haven't been back that long. Yeah, it's been a pretty nuts day. Appreciate the subscription. I don't know why it doesn't do that all the time, but it doesn't for whatever reason. No idea as to why. Any new news? Nope. I'm following all the news. There's nothing. I wouldn't say Troy Hill's out. Cornerback market's a little dead, though. I'd agree with that. I definitely agree with that. No news. I'm still waiting. Like I said, I was going to give it until 9, and then at 9, if we don't have anything, I'll probably wrap it up. And then maybe I'll go live and play some games, but I think that's probably what we'll do. Yeah, if you guys could, if you haven't already, please like the video. It helps with the algorithm. We're at 97 likes. Let's see here. Also, if you guys want to support me further, I have a membership that you can join. It's $4.99 a month. Get access to the same badge that AZZA is rocking, the green JE one, plus um, a members only live stream. So we'll be doing that soon. Yeah, the Rams don't need a wide receiver 1, 2, or 3. They just need a complementary piece, I think, and they'll probably get it. I don't know if they'll get it from free agency, but they'll get it. You think Juju's going to go to LA? I don't know. After this, though, you all should go watch Cherry. It's on Apple. I don't know all of them, but I know it's on Apple TV Plus. Anyone have any questions for me? He's a stud. Watching him. Who's that? Only Tyrann Mathieu, Michael Jenkins, and Justin Simmons have more pass defended than over the last 4 years than John Johnson. John Johnson chose the Browns over other teams. Let's take a moment and appreciate that. The Browns are really, truly a destination in this free agency period. Devin and Jason McCourty said he's a stud too. Love watching him. And yeah. So that's fun. I mean, the Rams offseason so far, to me, can't really be graded because it's incomplete. We don't know. But, I mean, getting Stafford, I think, was huge, you know? Yeah, I don't know. I will say this. I don't know why the Steelers let Filer go. I thought $7 million was doable. Josina Anderson says, just got off the phone with Bengals wide receiver AJ Green. No decision yet. Still working through it. Been focusing on some family stuff today. Let's see. Trying to find some other news. Scouring the interwebs. Oh, this is a bombshell. The Jets are signing Carl Lawson, edge defender from the Bengals. That's a huge bombshell. Jets get Carl Lawson and get Corey Davis. Not bad. Now, I think this is great for Rob Saleh. I mean, look, the Jets, I've said before, I'll say it again. They almost had the number 1 pick last year, and I didn't feel like they were that bad. They weren't that great, but they weren't that bad. They weren't bad enough to be that bad. So I look at their offense, and for the most part, they're bringing everyone back. You know, you have Sam Darnold, you have LaMichael P. Ryan, you have Christopher Herndon, you have George Fant, Greg Van Roten, Connor McGovern, Alex Lewis, Mekhi Becton. So you could upgrade offensive line, or you can ride with them. I'd upgrade offensive line in some cases. Plus, you have Chuma Edoga, a 3rd-round pick from 2019. Then you look at the wide receivers. You have Jamison Crowder, you have Denzel Mims. Now you add Corey Davis. You have Vincent Smith, Jeff Smith, Braxton Berrios, Lawrence Cager, Josh Doxson, Josh Malone, Jaleel Scott, Manasseh Bailey, and DJ Montgomery. So you're most likely going to have a big 3 wide receiver group of Denzel Mims, Corey Davis, and Jamison Crowder. You're going to have Christopher Herndon, and maybe they go out and get another tight end. They also have Ryan Griffin and Trayvon Wesco. And then on the defensive side of the ball, you have Quinnen Williams, you have Folo Fadakausi, you have Kyle Phillips, Jonathan Franklin Myers, you have Tanzel Smart, you have Nathan Shepard, former 3rd-round pick from 2018. Then you look at outside linebacker, Jabari Zuniga. You're going to add a guy that I really like in this class, in Carl Lawson. Zuniga is a 3rd-round pick in this past draft. And then you also have Frankie Louvu, you have Bryce Huff, and then you have linebackers. You added Jared Davis to the linebacker group from this free agency class. You have Harvey Langley, and you have Blake Cashman in the back end, the secondary. Bless Austin, Bryce Hall, Ashton Davis. You tagged Marcus May, Saquon Hampton from Rutgers. You have Lamar Jackson, Kyron Brown, Javelin Guidry, Corey Ballantyne. I mean, they have guys that are worth developing. And I think the Jets are not going to make the playoffs this year, but I'm interested to see what Saleh does with what he has here, because I'm not counting this team out of eventually making the playoffs in 2 years, but we have to figure out what's going on with the quarterback position. If they roll with Darnold, I think they can do it. If they want to start all over with a new quarterback, things get a little more risky, I would say. But I'll say this. I like that they're bringing back almost the entire offense. I like that they're bringing back most of the defense. And I like that they've added pieces like Jared Davis, Corey Davis, and Carl Lawson. Nice job by the Jets. Nice job by the Patriots. And, I'm looking at this NFC or the AFC East, and I'm thinking, well, the Patriots got better. Well, the Jets got better. The Bills, they re-signed some of their guys, and maybe they should have, maybe they shouldn't have. And then the Dolphins, they acquired Bernardrick McKinney. So we'll see what they do. They might get Kenny Golladay here. I think many of us believe they will. So things are getting interesting in the AFC East for sure. Carl Lawson is getting a huge deal. Wow. Carl Lawson, 3 years, $15 million per year. So he's 3 years, $45 million. Wow. What do you guys think about Carl Lawson? What do you think about this move? I like it for the Jets. Philip Lindsay has also been tendered a low restricted free agency tender by the Broncos. I think somebody would consider matching, putting in an offer sheet. They wouldn't have to give up a first or second rounder. I'm telling you right now, there's a reason why the pass rushers are getting paid this much. It's very simple. When you look at this draft, you see Gregory Rousseau. I like Gregory Rousseau. He's got pretty big ceiling. So does Jalen Phillips. I'm not a fan of Kwity Paye. I don't see it there. And I love Jordan Smith. But the fact of the matter is that there's not a Myles Garrett. There's not a Chase Young. There's none of those level of talent in this draft at the pass rusher spot. So because of that, these free agents are getting paid. It's that simple. So who knows if Clowney's going to get... I think Clowney might get paid a lot the way this thing is going. So that is... Wasn't expecting him to get 15. I've had him around 7. He's worth 15. I think he's good enough for 15. I just think he's more under the radar, so I didn't think that would happen. Texans are assigning P.J. Hall a tender of 1 year, $2.1 million, defensive tackle. But aside from that, I mean, the Lakers are title contenders without Drummond, I would say. It would help, though. No! Jameis Winston is re-signing with the New Orleans Saints. Yeah, I was just hoping he wouldn't. Just because the whole Taysom Hill thing. I'm so over Taysom Hill. Not a starting quarterback in the NFL. Shouldn't be paid like one. All right, so now with Jameis signed, Mitch Trubisky has become the top quarterback on the market. I will say I thought we were going to get some restructures, but apparently we're not going to get them tonight. No details yet about Leonard Floyd's contract, the way it's structured. It's just it's a $16 million over 4 years. $16 million each year. Yeah. So, well, let's see. Adam Schefter, we got another tweet here. 1-year deal worth up to $12 million with the Saints for Jameis Winston. He signed a 1-year, $2 million deal last year. Let's see. Damn, Ian Rappaport going at the jugular of Shams Charania. Funny enough, I actually follow Shams because I like getting like NBA news. And not just follow, but I have their like alerts on. And so Shams Charania actually broke the Jameis Winston news. So I just happened to have him. And then as soon as that happened, Ian Rappaport said, stick to basketball. But yes, this is true. Jameis back to the Saints. Yeah, insiders beef. Yep, exactly. Shams is just like breaking NFL free agency news. Free agent quarterback Jameis Winston has agreed to a deal to re-sign with the New Orleans Saints per sources. And basically Ian Rappaport wasn't having it. It was just like, stick to basketball. But yes, this is true. Yeah, that's funny. Bro, Shams is he's a tank. So it looks like a showdown between the Dolphins and the Giants for Kenny Golladay. Thank you so much, Vixper. I've seen you comment on those, and I really appreciate it. I'm really just trying to not just branch out, but like just do what I want to do because I've been listening to you guys, and you guys know, while this stream is mainly about football, if you ask me a question about the MCU, or you ask me a question about Cherry, or you ask me a question about anything, I'm going to answer it. So as long as I see it. It got hectic earlier where I was just like, you guys are going to have to drop super chats because I can't make sure, like, I can't see all of your stuff. Here comes the Chantry comment. Jake's begging again. All right, let's see here. Anything Spotrack? Spotrack has done a great job of updating. They have this tracker, the new transactions part. They already have Jameis Winston up there. So, yeah. I don't know when we'll hear about it. I thought we'd hear about it by 8, and it's 9:10 now. I'm probably going to head off. 4 hours and 27 minutes of streaming. It was fun, though. We had a blast. That would be a plot twist. If Chantry was the parody account. All right, from now on, guys, because you guys have been awesome with the thumbs up and everything. Make sure what was I gonna say? Make sure, like, when I drop a video, and if you like it, you hit that thumbs up button again for the algorithm. Anyone get that reference? Probably not. I can't really say it like it would even make sense, so. All right, let's see. Any last second Saved by the Bell type of let's see here. Any moves? None. All right. I think that's going to do it. We're at the 4:30 mark. Like I said, if something crazy happens tomorrow, I will be on. Wednesday, I'll be on with Steffi Smalls. Thursday, I might have a guest, I might not. And Saturday at 4 p.m. Eastern Time, I'll be on. And we're back with the AJ Show. We couldn't do it this past week, but we're back with the AJ Show 12:30 Eastern Time on Saturday. AJ Show will be covering all the draft. Not the draft. Well, we might do some draft, but all free agency, and it'll be fun. So that's going to do it for me. I love you guys so much. You guys take care, and I'll see you guys soon. Later.